You are my pill, I swallow it. Take me away to Neverland, where colors fade my disbelief and make me forget my memories. Rent a car you can't afford, put on a song that we both know. Let your hair out in the wind, put the pedal to the floor.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to round 6 of this Octane Online Racing Simrigs Sprint Series. We are live from Zandvoort for Split Yellow. This is the penultimate round of the season, and I am joined in comms by none other than Alexis Bowen. How are we, man?
Yes, doing well, doing well. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm very well. Haven't been around for Split Yellow for a while, so excited to see some of the big dogs punching it out. Not long to go in the season, so getting towards the pointy end and deciding the championship standings. So really looking forward to this. We are, of course, at Zandvoort, a very technical track, as is very well expressed there by the McLaren visiting the wall. What are your thoughts on the Sandy Fort in Holland?
It is certainly one of the tracks of all time. I am of no opinion of this track. It can be fun to drive. I think for racing, it's certainly a bit flawed, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to agree with one thing that you said there, and that is that it can be fun to drive. I've yet to experience that. It's a technical track. It's tricky. It has stupid curves. It has stupid late turning points, and I don't know. I just can't find the flow of it. I can't find the enjoyment of it. But it does make for some good qualifying results as well. It's very difficult to overtake here in terms of races. But that's going to mean that qualifying is very important, as we see there Mitch Hobbs currently on pole position in the Ferrari with a 35.3. I suspect we will be looking at sort of mid to low 34s for pole position here. What is your prediction for pole person and time?
Well, I reckon Hobbs has got a lot of pace, but you can't discount Bakita as she goes a 34.7, and I reckon she'll get pole with a solid 34.3.
34.3, as we see Bakita there does a 34.7. So yeah, 34.3 is a pretty fast time. Remember back in the days of 1.7 update, I think 32s were possible, but over the updates and as the things have changed, getting into the 33 is now at Zandvoort is a pretty exclusive club, which I don't think a lot of people will be joining. But yeah, looking forward to see how this plays out. I see a couple of pro-ams up there in the top 10 at the moment, so pretty competitive showing from them so far.
Yeah, so there are some very quick Pro-Am drivers in this split, as we see Blair jump the ones that were there of Steele and Price up into provisional P3 as we look back at Glover. I mean, currently we have Jordan Moss, who is our Pro-Am leader in Split Yellow, who's currently P10 in the standings on 312 points, so he's doing really well, getting up quite close to a lot of the other pro drivers in this split.
Yeah, and important to note there that he's on 312 points, but he is followed within 8 points by Jack Steele. So a very tight battle here for the Pro-Am Championship. And then in the Pro class we have none other than Philippa Bakita currently leading, but she is not that far ahead of Ashton Reynolds, only 15 points in it. And then Mitch Hobbs a couple of points back. He is about 84 points behind Bakita. So still in with a chance. I mean, you do score points all the way to 30th, and you score 150 for a win. So if anybody has an awful round or a DNF or misses a round, it could very quickly swing that around. And then as you look at the AM class as well, we do have Brett Horsell leading on 103 points, closely followed by Nick Jones on 96, John Stockton on 92, and Jake Faber on 90. So super, super close battle in the AM class there, and that's really going to come down to who has the pace and manages to get the consistent results in these last two rounds.
Certainly, and I mean, earlier on in the season there were signs from the likes of Bakita, Hobbs, Reynolds that there may have just been slight lack of consistency from all three of them at times, or just a few incidents here and there that have dropped them down the field. So it's been a very tight split yellow.
Of course, we've had quite a few tricky tracks throughout the season as well, where getting those incidents are so easy to do. Ethan Cale here in the Lamborghini manages to invalidate. It's not an easy track to invalidate on, but there's two spots in particular, that one and the exit of sort of turn 4, the hairpin, where the limits are super, super strict. If your outside tires touch the grass, you invalidate. But yeah, putting a lap together here. Oh, there goes Philippa putting a lap together, doing a 34.4. That is a very, very quick time, and she is 4 tenths clear of Mitch Hobbs at this time. We did see Ethan Cale was about nearly 3 tenths up at some stage there, so he could potentially challenge Hobbsy if he can manage to keep a lap valid. But yeah, a very, very tricky track to put an entire lap together.
Yeah, it definitely requires a fair chunk of practice from drivers involved. Nice to see, again, as you were mentioning, a few Pro-Am drivers further up the pack. We've got McDonald, who's jumped up to P4 in the Ferrari, about a second off of Bakita, but still a very good job there by T-Mac.
Just look at those intervals there between the drivers. It's so close. Apart from about the top 3 or 4, everybody is within only a couple of tenths of each other. See McNeil here, he's 4 tenths, nearly 5 tenths up at the moment, loses a little bit on the exit there, but improving by as much as he's currently up is going to move him up 4 or 5 positions. So very, very tight in that sort of upper mid pack. As he gets a great exit out of the second last corner. Can he keep it pinned through the final corner? So tricky not to run onto that grass. Great exit for him. This is going to be a fantastic lap and move him all the way up into P4. Very, very close to pipping Ethan Cale for the final podium position there.
Yeah, that was an epic final few corners there by McNeil. He absolutely nailed the second last and last corner, just got beautiful exit speed, and ultimately he made his way up into P4 for now, but there's still 5 minutes left in the session.
We get a view here of Riley Price. He is in the new McLaren, what's it, 720S Evo Mark II 49/4. I don't know what it's called anymore, but they just keep elongating the name instead of putting a new car in. But it is nice to see a little bit of a change with a new McLaren. Been in the game for ages, and it is a particularly fast car. There's a couple of tracks where it's very, very fast, and even here it's up there with the Lamborghini and the Ferrari as a couple of the fastest cars here. So going to be very interesting. The Porsche is, I think the top 4 cars are separated by about 0.2 of a second in terms of ultimate lap times on like the hot lap leaderboards. So definitely going to come down to who has that setup dialed in the best and can really perform on this tricky track.
Well, this track is very much about confidence as we come back to McNeil. Can he get as good of an exit? Or he's still around there. He could move his way up into P3, keeps it pinned, gets a little bit of the grass on the exit. That does hurt a little bit, but he should get up to P3, and he does. Gets up closer to Hobbs, but he'll bring it back into the pits and go again.
Yeah, fantastic lap from him there. I think Ethan Cale has more in the bag if he can get a lap together. Tom McDonald here, he is up by about 10.5, lost a little bit there as he's coming through the not straight. But he just needs to find 2 tenths or so, and he will move up 2 positions up into that top 4. But he's really a driver who's come up quite a lot in the last couple of seasons, just in terms of his overall pace. He's still little bit prone to some incidents and getting involved in some shenanigans, but just in terms of his pace and where he's been able to qualify, he's really come up in leaps and bounds last couple of seasons. Good to see as well.
Yeah, he's been I've been keeping an eye on, and yeah, throughout his time in OR, he's improved a hell of a lot. And yeah, just a few things to improve. He nearly runs too deep into that very, very tricky chicane that's going to hurt him on the exit. Yeah, just a few things with racecraft, and he'll be right up there.
Yeah, that's of course something that you can learn in the sort of the OOR Academy. That's a new feature in OOR. If you're not part of the Discord, jump in the Discord, jump in the Academy, and you can learn not only how to drive fast, but how to drive fast between other cars as well, which is, I think, a little bit more of a technical skill than just making a car go brew around a lap. But speaking of making the car go brew, Ashton Reynolds here, he is up 8 tenths. He lost about a tenth and a half there on the exit there, but it seems to have stabilized. That's going to move him up many, many positions if he can maintain this sort of delta at the moment. Such a tricky, awkward chicane, hairpin slash stupid corner there. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of complaining about Zandvoort today, I think. But he has lost about 2 tenths there and lost another tenth there coming through the second last corner. So he's still going to move up a fair chunk of positions, but there's still a lot of potential left in that lap, and he has enough time left for 2 more flying laps if he does have the fuel to do that. That must be said.
Yeah, there was just a few things there that Reynolds will need to improve upon if he is to move up into the top 10. But yeah, this lap is all about confidence, all about that flow. If you make the slightest of mistakes, that can ruin your entire lap, because you just not as in the groove as Morgan goes very, very, very deep into that stupid chicane, as you'd like to call it.
I don't think I'm the only one who would like to call it a stupid chicane, to be fair. But yeah, he was up a good 7 tenths as well, and lost most of that going through the stupid chicane. I think we can just officially call it that. That would make
Yeah,
sense.
I think that's fair.
That
But,
seems fair to me. But he does improve. 2.3 tenths nearly moves him up into P19. He'll definitely be wanting to improve on that. He is a pro driver. He's sitting behind some AM drivers, and that never sits well if you have that pro tag next to your name.
Certainly Morgan will be pushing as hard as he possibly can to get this lap in, as he nearly bins it there, just getting a little bit onto the dirt on the exit there. But he's kept it going, and he's about 2 tenths up already. He's going to lose a little bit down this not so straight.
Good news is we know he has at least 4 or 5 tenths in the bag if he can get that chicane done correctly. So he just needs to maintain this sort of minor improved delta that he has now, and he can make up a bunch of time when it gets to there. So he doesn't want to be too cautious though. As you can see there, he's lost another 10 already, but he's up a lot earlier into the braking this time around. Sort of delta is ebbing and flowing a little bit up and down, but this is where it's going to be make or break for him. Will he be able to improve significantly? If he does gather that 5 tenths that he lost in the corner earlier, that's going to move him up 6 or 7 positions. So vital for him to get this right this time around. You can see he loses a little bit on the entry there. That's just because he carried too much speed on the previous lap. Gets a better exit. He's up by nearly half a second. And can he get the second last corner correctly? Such tricky corner. Very easy to lose the rear on the exit, but he is stable on the exit, gets the apex. He's still gaining time. This is going to move him up a bunch of positions, and a great performance there under pressure towards the end of qualifying to improve, and it's only good enough for 14th, so I don't think he'll be happy with that, but it's better than P20.
Certainly is, as here's Glover coming across the line, 4 tenths up to P6. Well done. Ashton Reynolds, meanwhile, did go up to P5, now just 7 tenths off. Ethan Kale has jumped up into P2. Bakita's had enough with the 34.492. Kale he's not up by a long way, but he only needs another 2 tenths to get up to Bakita's time. But we'll see how much there is to gain here. Does he get it pulled up through the chicane? He's going to lose a bit on exit. He's got twitching in that bit, I think.
Just that little wiggle there. What's P27's time like? I'm sure broadcast
P27 is the safety car, so no lap time for P27.
He did a 1:32.9, but it was invalid, so that's why it's not showing. That is a joke, just in case anybody was wondering. But just looking at chat quickly, all the usual suspects in there. I don't know who this Pixel Bug person is, but
Yeah,
look
I wonder who that could be.
too slow to be first in chat though. But good evening, Skarnan. Good evening, Mad Dog, Brendan, Ben Thomas, Chris Taylor, Greg Dale, and Neil Alexander. He sounds like a nice bloke. We should get him in here at some stage. Fluky Luki and Daniel Edwards saying he's joined the Discord, but he hasn't registered for any races. Well, good news is we have a brand new rookie season, a brand new sprint season, and of course a GT3 Cup, which is an official Motorsport Australia authorized event that will be starting very soon. Qualifying starting on the 26th of June. The actual racing will start on the 21st of July. There you can see some more details. And qualifying track is Barcelona, which I think is probably one of the best tracks for that type of classification. It's such a well-balanced track, as much as I dislike it. But you can see the calendar. Calendar will be running in sync with the Sprint Series for the most part. So get in there if you want to compete with the best in the region. And there's money on the line. You can drive whatever car you want. If that's a little bit too spicy for you, there is still the Sprint Series. Or if you're just learning, the Rookie Series is, of course, there as well.
Yeah, it's a great initiative and great to have Motorsport Australia on board with the GT3 Cup as well. It's a very big organisation to have on board, and we're grateful for their involvement. But yes, it's going to be very exciting times ahead, and I do agree. Barcelona, as much as I hate the track, especially that piddly chicane that thank God the F1 got rid of, it is definitely a good track in regards to just overall consistency across cars, testing out different ways that you can drive the car, yeah, different skills driving the car, that sort of deal.
Absolutely. It has a great balance of a variety of corners. You have high speed stuff, you have annoying hairpins, you have a very, very tricky chicane, as you said, which would be nice if they updated to the Formula One sort of layout, which I think we saw made for a lot better racing in terms of the overtaking when it came to Formula One. But we are currently at Zandvoort. We are live for Split Yellow, and our grid has been set. The countdown timer is just about done, and they will take off on their pace lap. We have Philippa Bakita on pole position. Shock horror. That is very surprising. Ethan Cale in P2. Mitch Hobbs, P3, Austin McNeil, P4, Ashland Reynolds, P5, Sean Glover, P6, Scout on P7, Simon Scanlon, lead Pro-Am in P8, Tom McDonald, Riley Price, and then your lead Am driver is Wayhen. I'm not 100% sure on the pronunciation, and Rusty Shackelford is in P2 for the Am class. So going to be an interesting start to the race here. It's not a very long run down to T1. Do you want to be on the inside or the outside?
Well, I mean, we're just looking at the formation lap. It does seem that there's been a few issues with it just getting underway, but it's getting organised now. I definitely want to be on the inside because in this game you do not have the banking like there is in real life to assist you going through turn one to stick alongside through next corners. So yeah, I'd definitely rather be in Bakita's position.
Yeah, it's interesting. I tend to agree, but it is possible to get that move done around the outside here, because when you're on the inside, that curb is so aggressive. If you just touch it, that it will absolutely ruin your run. And the driver on the outside, because you don't have the full speed run into turn one, you could potentially still carry a bit of speed through, as we see absolute chaos there between a bunch of cars running into each other. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Ethan Cale can do towards the start. It's the type of track where he definitely wants to get ahead of Bakita, because I think there's every risk that she might just sprint away if he doesn't get ahead on lap one.
Oh, definitely, KO will want to get as best of a start as he possibly can, but we'll be getting underway very, very shortly with your top 10 made up of 8 pros followed by a few pro-ams. It's all fallen quite into order, I'd say, in terms of the classifications for when you're looking at your top 15 of sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of pros, they're a little bit out of position, and a couple of pro-ams a little bit further back behind the ams. But yeah, as you said, everybody where you would expect them to be, and we expect the safety car to roll off into the pits. Philippa Bakita will be holding 80 kilometers an hour. Ethan Kale next to her on the front row. Mitch Hobbs, Austin McNeil following them. Ashton Reynolds, Sean Glover on the third row. And we are about to go racing for round 6 of the Simrigs Sprint Series here in Octane Online Racing. We are green. Great start by a couple of cars towards the back there. Very even start from Bakita and Kale. They come down into turn 1. This is what we were talking about. Will he be able to do anything around the outside? He is not quite able to. And that is a Ferrari that has taken a very sharp right turn when the turn wasn't quite that sharp. Mitch Hobbs is able to maybe get a move done here on Kale. Kale very brave, and the cars go inside of each other. Mitch Hobbs inside the wall, and that is a horrific start for Hobbsy there, but a very weird incident between the two cars there. Lamborghini meets Ferrari in a very intimate way. Towards the back of the field, there is not too many yellow flags that we saw. We saw one car a little bit earlier that had a bit of an incident. That's very wide from Reynolds there. Will Scott be able to do anything? Not quite close enough. Such a tricky corner. You do not want to take too much of that curb, and especially on the outside there, the grass will just pull you off into the barrier. But at the front of the field, apart from that incident between Hobbsy, things have settled down a little bit. Ethan Kale very close to Bakita, so she cannot afford to make a mistake on this opening lap while the tires are still coming up to pressures. But so far, so good throughout the field. No safety car. We did have one yellow flag, I think, so I think Benjamin, if he made his bet that he usually does, he would have lost it, or he would have kept his money at least. But we are coming towards the second last corner here. Philippa Bakita already starting to eke out a little bit of a gap. She had a very strong middle sector there. And I think Ethan Kale will be having a bit of a race with Austin McNeil here for the rest of this race.
Certainly will. That was a very, very good start from Bakita, exactly what she needed. But yeah, that was a strange incident, to say the least, between Kale and Hobbs. Looks like there may have been a bit of internet connectivity involved in that, but either way, both Kale and especially Hobbs will have a bit of damage to contend with, which could invite the likes of McNeil, Reynolds, and Blair into the fight.
Yeah, and of course it's very important for Reynolds to stay as close as possible to Bakita in the standings. He's the only one that can really challenge her for the championship here in Split Yellow. So he needs to either move forward or at the very least not move backwards in this field. And he does have his teammate there behind him, or teammate friend. I'm not sure if they're in the same team, but they have been in the past. So hopefully for his sake he won't get challenged too much. I noticed that Tom McDonald managed to jump ahead of Simon Scanlon there, as well as Jesse McLean. So Scanlon had a bit of a poor start maybe, and Tom McDonald with an absolute corker of a start, and he is currently the lead pro-am. And Jake Faber has jumped into the lead of the AM class as well. He's currently sitting about P3 or 4 in the championship, so that's a very important start to this race for him as well.
Certainly is, but it is. Let's have a look at the race start now. So this is going into turn 1. Oh, 3 wide into turn 1 is not the way you want to take proceedings, but they seem to have gotten through. Now this is between Kale and Hobbs. Let's take a look now. Looks like, yeah, I reckon there's a bit of netcode, internet connectivity involved in that one.
Yeah, it does happen. Of course, we are all in different locations, so sometimes the little internet people take a while to transfer the signal, but no harm, no foul. I think there will be a little bit of damage for Hobbsy there, but I saw a question from Kinetic in chat. What are the mandatories here? There is no mandatory stop this time around, so it's a 60-minute sprint to the line, up to you if you do want to take a stop for tires. And this actually brings up an interesting question, Alexis. What would your decision be? It's such a punishing track, especially on the left side tires. What is the optimum strat in your opinion?
Well, if you can, I'd just stay out there and just spend the 60 minutes out there. Like, yes, you're going to be having to take care of the tires a lot more, but track position is so crucial around here, and it is very, very tricky to make moves that if you do have to pit, it would likely be for some damage, or if there's a random safety car scattered throughout the race. Yeah,
absolutely. It's I did a little bit of a practice run last night just to see what the the wear was like, and after about 8 laps I already had 2.6 wear on the left front. For those who have played ACC, you know that it counts down from 3 in terms of the wear, and 0.4 wear in 8 laps is, let's just say, less than ideal. You don't really want to be dealing with that much tire wear. So we get another replay here a little bit further back in the field.
This will likely be what happened at turn 1. Wow, that was a great start from some of the guys there. But yeah, it was 3 wide, a bit everywhere, and there goes the, what I presume is a throw, but they quickly got back into proceedings.
Yeah, just a very small tap on the nose of the Ferrari, and the McLaren there put them at an awkward angle, but they managed to keep it facing the right direction. Oh, never mind. That is Weyhin, who was the lead am at the beginning of the race. That is why he is no longer the lead am. Unfortunately, got a little bit of a tap there. But yeah, it looks as though that Ferrari of Hobbsy is carrying a fair chunk of damage, which is to be expected. It did hit the wall with quite some force.
Even then, he's still able to keep hold of McNeil quite convincingly. So, despite the issues on the start, Hobbs has still got good pace, and Reynolds isn't quite able to hold touch with him.
Yeah, it's the Ferrari is strong here. Hobbsy, having talked to him throughout the week, he's very, very quick here. And Reynolds with that Porsche, he's currently P2 in the championship, but by all discussions I've had with everybody who drives the Porsche, they are not enjoying it. There's not a lot of fun to be had with it. It seems it's a bit of a big to set up. Maybe he hasn't had the time to get that setup dialed in quite the way he would like. As Pakita said, it's the fastest lap there of a 35.6, which would be a very comfortable qualifying lap for quite a lot of drivers. And she's slowly but surely just building that gap to Kale behind. It's already nearly 2 seconds at the moment. So she is checking out in typical Pakita fashion.
Yeah, but she has not been prone from the odd incident here or there, so we'll see where that carves its way into the race tonight, but I would assume that it would be fairly smooth sailing for Bakita out front.
Yeah, she has been involved in a couple of incidents this season, as you said, but that was generally when she was in a pack or dealing with the start of the race. As we get a replay here, not 100% sure who we're looking at, but that's a proper send by the Ferrari there, and he does make contact with the Porsche, and so does the other Ferrari and Porsche there, and that is a sad turn 1 for one of the Porsches there, and I think whoever is in that yellow Ferrari may get a bit of a whacking from the stewards.
Yeah, I just think as Cordia's got a drive-through penalty for something. I wouldn't quite know what that would be for at this stage.
Cordier? Who is Cordier? Is that in the Porsche?
Yeah, the blue pit speeding, so
pit
he's
speeding.
been a bit naughty coming into the pits.
That will of course get converted to a 10-second penalty in the sprint races, not in the endurance races. And when we're talking about endurance races, qualifying for the next round of the Octane Online Racing Permobile Endurance Series is live at the moment. We are going to Espanyol, the circuit Ricardo Torma, I think is the name, at Valencia, where we will be racing for 10 hours. But that is Riley Price with a send around the outside. Manages to put it up, but great defense by Moss there, just keeping it nice and tight on the apex. That would have been a fantastic overtake if he could have made that stick.
Yeah, Price has got a lot of pace. He did get loose out of turn 1 trying to plant it on the throttle, but I reckon it's only a matter of time before he gets by. Despite how tricky it is to overtake, he has a fair pace advantage from what I can tell.
Yeah, it is such a tricky track to overtake. As we see a couple of comments in chat, are we breaking overtaking records? I think the record is like 1, so that's all we need is 2. we should be able to beat it. But yeah, as he gets a great run there, will he be able to get alongside? That's going to force Moss towards the outside. Moss will have the inside for the left-hander now, though. Can Price send them up for a good exit here? Tries the little switcheroo, but that again is going to give Moss the inside into the next corner, although it is that tricky, stupid chicane. So Oh, he's so close to the back of Moss, a little bit too close, and he does try to send it around the outside, can't quite make it work, but that is fantastic close racing there by Riley Price and Jordan Moss.
Yeah, Price is putting a lot of effort into this one. He desperately wants to get past, but I reckon he's not doing his tyres any good as he drifts into the second last corner there, but can he get a good run out of this final corner like he did last lap? That is the real question here. He's in the slipstream, can he go for a move, or is he just going to have to hold off now? I think he's just going to have to wait it out and try again later on the lap, but he's got a lot of pace in hand with Riley Price.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely is a couple of tenths quicker than Moss at the moment, but just can't find that way past there. He's wishing for some form of DRS, I would say, he's so much quicker than Moss, but he just doesn't have a long enough straight to get a move done. But yeah, Daniel Edwards saying very intriguing formation lap system with a safety car. We also have safety cars in the case of big incidents. If this is your first time watching, so we do have an active safety car, not a lot of leagues where that does happen. So big shout out to the safety car drivers, and of course live stewarding, so big shout out to the stewards as well. They carry their penalty stick and they use it with great consideration. But Riley Price, he's all over the back of Jordan Moss. Gets a great exit there. Will Moss give him the space? I don't think he wants to, but he's not going to have much choice. Is Price alongside? Not quite. Will Moss close the door? He won't, but that's a very dangerous curb to hop over. They still don't make contact. They're still side by side. A little bit of contact on the exit there, and that puts Price onto the curb. Moss stays ahead, and now Moss is under pressure from Hurley behind. Hurley settles back down, and Riley Price is right back onto the tail of Jordan Moss, and the fight continues.
Moss is struggling out of that final corner. Price gets a very, very good run. Is he going to have to go to the outside? Yes, he is. He's going to try and go around the outside. It's going to be very, very tricky. How late does he brake? He doesn't brake too late, but I think Moss got a little deep. There's a little bit of a tap from behind, but Moss stays ahead for now. Whoa, this battle is very, very spicy as Hurley's now under pressure from Carson as Moss gets onto the grass, but wow, there is a lot going on in this one.
Yeah, these guys are fighting at it hammer and tongs, and just look at the gap they have ahead of them. Just all this battling has made everybody ahead of them just absolutely clear off into the distance. But at the moment, I don't think Moss is too concerned about that. He is facing an onslaught from behind. There's 3 cars in close contention with another McLaren slowly but surely closing up to the back of that pack as well. So he really needs to get a move on, because he will get absolutely swallowed up in case he makes any sort of a mistake here.
Well, this defensive and aggressive driving from these 4 drivers, as we see now Carson around the outside of Hurley. Can he get a move done there in the Xbox livery? He's got the original Xbox livery now, not the 360 livery. That's quite a good look there from Carson, but yeah, this aggressive driving from these drivers is certainly not going to do their tyres any good, especially in a 60-minute race with no mandatory. So we see the Ferrari in the background. That's still getting very, very loose out of that chicane. He manages to hold it though.
We see Perkins there. Gets a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 3, I think it was. And again here, Riley Price with a good run. Moss going semi-defensive. He's not all the way over to the right, so he's giving Price that option, but he's giving him mostly the outside. Can Price make it work? This time he's all away. Oh, and again, I think that was on Price. Maybe just got a little bit squiggly on the exit there, and a little bit of a tap again. And he is... It's amazing. Every time an incident happens, he drops off for about half a second, and then he's right back onto Moss. Moss all over the shot. It looks as though the pressure is sort of getting to him a little bit, but so far he has been able to stay ahead.
I hope we've all got some popcorn, because this is some great entertainment, especially for Zandvoort. Like, this is not the sort of action you'd expect from this track.
No, we were just saying before the race how tricky it is to overtake here and how boring the racing can be. Oh, he gets on the grass, he drifts it into the corner, manages to keep it going the right direction, but unfortunately for Hurley there, he could not avoid him, and he makes contact, and Carson, Hurley and Steele gets through there. That is very unfortunate for Price, but we were mentioning earlier how deadly that grass there can be. Normally it pulls you off the other side, but he had so much steering lock on that it poked him across the track, and he very, very nearly saved it. I think if Hurley wasn't there, he could have sort of pulled it up. But yeah, an unfortunate end to that very, very good battle we were watching there between Price and Moss.
Yeah, it was very unlucky there as we see, yeah, Price just gets on the grass on braking and nearly saves it, but then, yeah, just unfortunately, there was nowhere that Hurley, nothing that Hurley could really do about it, and yeah, that's just very, very unfortunate. But we do have a battle now for P3 with Hobbs still very, very fast despite the damage and is all over the back of Austin McNeil. McNeil may just be trying to protect his tyres as much as he can for that later race pace, but Hobbs wants to get something done now. Yeah, there's a few network issues going on, I feel. Just seeing McNeil teleport slightly.
What, you mean the new Lambo doesn't do that in real life? Is that not realistic? Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say so. So we see
Well, that's disappointing.
now further back here's a battle between Truong, Horsell, Jones and Shackelford. So quite a few battles actually going throughout the pack. We just saw Wayhan got a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving. So that's unfortunate for the AM Mercedes there.
I've got to wonder if something happened to Jake Faber. He was the lead AM a little while ago, and he has fallen quite a while behind that. But at the Pro-Am battle, it looks as though McDonald has cleared off a little bit from McLean, but McLean under all kinds of pressure from Scanlon, and that's going to be a bit of a nightmare for Scanlon. I don't know if you recall last season at Hungary, Jesse McLean in an Aston Martin made it as wide as possible, and Scanlon was stuck behind him for about 45 minutes. So he'll be hoping that this is not a repeat of that. That Ferrari goes very wide there. Will the Bentley get through? He's through already before they reach the corner.
So that is your overtaking record then. We've had an overtake here at Zandvoort, and it is the Atari Bentley of Shackelford getting through. Nice to see a Bentley on the grid again.
Yeah, there's not a lot of them. The recent updates, they've improved it a little bit, so it's not quite good yet, but it's less bad, I think, is
Better than the Nissan.
Well, that's not really saying much. I mean, we could probably put a GT4 in and it's better than the Nissan. Although I'm saying that we do have Lucas Burse in one of the other splits who does amazing things in that car, so it can go fast, but it requires a very special set of hands to get that pace out of it.
And some mood control, let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of mood control you need, but I'm never in the mood to drive a GTR in ACC. That's all I know about it.
It's a bit of a dog now, unfortunately, but there's still a battle raging on up ahead, as we can see currently on board with Jones. It's Horsell trying to find a way past Truong, but Truong at the same time isn't too far back from Faber, so Faber's fallen back a touch from the rest of the Pro-Am battle, currently being led by Keane.
I'm wondering if Faber has some damage, because that gap is very quickly increasing. Maybe he had an incident or something, but that's a bit of a moment there for Horsell, and that allows Shackelford to get through. So that is 2 overtakes in 2 laps. Formula 1, eat your heart out, and he gets a great run into the final corner there. Will he be able to get anything done on Truong there? A little bit of rubber banding there, so that's going to be confusing for both drivers involved there. Is he going to send it up the inside? He certainly is pointing that way. He's late on the brakes, very late on the brakes. A little bit of contact made there. That may be referred to the stewards. Almost more contact there with Horsell in the back, but he gets another overtake done, although that was a bit of an elbows out one. But that's 3 overtakes in 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Shackelford, although I'm not sure how legitimate that overtake was with the bump mid corner. I reckon the stewards will be having a firm look at that one.
Yeah, look, when you're breaking records, you don't take the rules into account. You just put the elbows out and you get those records, and that's what he's done there. But yeah, as you said, stewards will be having a look at that. Maybe not a big penalty, but I suspect maybe a 10-second penalty for a bump pass. Towards the front of the field, Hobbsy dropped off McNeil a little bit. Bukita is slowly but surely clearing off 4 seconds in 20 minutes. seems about right. That's a fairly effective gap building there by Bagheera. And then we have Scout is still very close to Reynolds, hasn't been able to get anything done. I think his Porsche livery has transferred over to the Ferrari, and I don't know, it looks like somebody put a tiger into a blender and that's what came out. But he is putting pressure on Reynolds here. Reynolds not able to keep up with Hobbsy and McNeil ahead there. Scout putting the pressure on, and I think there may be some team orders involved here, just telling Scout to stay behind for the championship battle, although I'm not 100% sure they care all that much about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Scout does look a bit more comfortable in the Ferrari than he did in the Porsche, so it's good to see. Of course, it's not great to see when one of the new cars, such as the Porsche, is not favorably liked, but hopefully in due course the Porsche can return to its former glory. Let's say that.
I think it's still capable of going fast, but it just takes so much work that I don't think anybody really wants to put that in. Even if you look at the top sort of esports leagues, it can feature at the front of the field, but it's only the very top drivers who have hours and hours to invest into it that can actually get it there. And when you're racing in a slightly more casual league, speaking of casual, that is Scanlon on. Who's that? Jesse McLean, I think. No,
Yes, that is
must be Jesse.
McLean in front.
Oh yeah, he has his new Dragon Ball Z livery. Sorry, I forgot entirely about that. But yeah, the battle continues, and he is fighting like Pikachu. I don't know. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. No, the other one. This is also nice, but yeah, it is Pikachu, right? I don't know.
No, no.
How many people can I piss off with one sentence? That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, yeah. Mm.
And I know it's whatever its name is, Goku or
Goku. Yeah, there we go.
yeah, but it's funnier when you piss people off by getting fandoms mixed up. But I think Scanlan is dealing with a bigger nightmare than the wrong anime name here, and that is in the way of Jesse McLean parking his car in front of Spidey yet again. It's 40 minutes or just under 40 minutes remaining in this race, and he will be hoping to make his way through, as he has been in this position before. And he did make his way through eventually at Hungary, where Jesse got a drive through for track limits, but it's a lot trickier to get a drive through here, so it's going to take something more than that for him to get through.
Yeah, and I mean, McLean can defend very, very, very well at his best, and he looks to have a fair amount of pace on him, and he will be helped by the fact that we are racing at Zandvoort, so hopefully he can up his power level to above 9,000, and he will be very, very good and hard to overtake.
Yeah, we saw Scanlon gets all kind of mixed up out of the second last corner. They're so easy to do. But Mitch Hobbsy is back on McNeil here, and I just don't think, unless McNeil puts it out of position or makes a rather big mistake here, Hobbsy is going to have to do something special to get through there. But looking at chat, it seems as though I had the appropriate response that I was aiming for. Chris Cooley asking, does the new Prius look like a squashed Tesla SUV? Maybe, I can see that. I loved it, the design of the new Prius. I know that's a controversial take because it's a Prius, but it does look awesome. If you haven't seen it, Google an image of it because it's a beautiful car.
It surprised me when I first saw it. Like, it's a Prius, but it doesn't make you want to vomit when you look at it.
Yeah, which is a major upgrade of any of the other Priuses they ever made. So, and it actually has proper performance now as well. So it's like Toyota realized if they make one of their most popular cars actually good, it might be even more popular.
Yeah, it's funny how that sort of thing works, doesn't it?
I don't know. It's weird how people want to buy good products that actually look nice, which is strange. But Hobbsy, not the best exit there out of the final corner. And McNeil, it looks as though Kale had a bit of a slower lap there. McNeil maybe catching up a little bit, or maybe Kale had a bit of an incident. Yeah, 1:36.7, so lost about a second based on his best lap there. go back to this battle. Moss has gotten rid of one Ferrari, and now he has another one. Oh, sorry, the other one was a McLaren, but that is a good run for Hurley out of the final corner. Not good enough though. Will he try around the outside? He doesn't. He forces Moss to stay tight. The problem is, staying tight in this first corner is exactly where you want to be, so it doesn't really, you can't generate a sort of switcheroo out of there.
Yeah, again, Moss is just defending really, really well. As we look further back, is Josh Morgan and Andrew Weyheim. Looking at possible move on the current lead AM driver in Kane, but we're just keeping an eye on a few things with this battle. Of course, Weyheim does have a 10-second penalty, but
Is that a real life livery? Sorry, I'm not familiar.
yes, that is a real life livery. That is one of the liveries used at the Bathurst 12 hour.
Ah, fantastic. It's quite a nice livery. I do like the sort of pastel color palette that they've used there. It looks quite nice.
Oh, Morgan got very loose there on the exit, trying to follow Keane along.
Liking Prius, surely that's more controversial than calling Goku Pikachu. I don't know. I feel like calling Goku Pikachu will piss off more people than liking a Prius, to be fair.
Yeah, look, I was wincing in my seat when you said Pikachu relating to Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I'm not quite that uneducated. That was purely a joke. But yeah, this. Oh, Morgan is doing a pit stop. Is that that might be the first pit stop out of strategy that we've seen? So, oh no, wait, he's hitting the wall there. I'm not sure if that's intentional. It's not the best strategy I've ever seen. Does look like a damaged car there, and Hobbsy here all over the back of McNeil yet again, still not able to get anything done. But I was not expecting to really see pit stops, so that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if any other drivers decide to dive into the pits.
Yeah, that was certainly a interesting call there by Morgan, but we'll see whether it pays off for him. He is a bit further down, so I guess he can afford to take that risk.
And the thing is, the pit transit time here is about 58 seconds or so. Let's call it a minute, basically, that you lose. And that's a lot of time to have to regain again. And the drivers who do not pit will have to lose 3 or 4 seconds a lap towards the end of the race for that pace deficit to balance out. So going to be interesting to see. Morgan and Truong are the two who pitted there. They were battling with, was it Hurley, somewhere around there. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out towards the end of the race as well.
Certainly, I mean, we're not quite halfway yet, so there's still plenty of time for these drivers to utilize the advantage or perceived advantage of those fresh tires, but they have to ensure that they do not get caught up in any form of traffic or incident trying to make their way back up to the drivers they were fighting originally.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, it's such a tricky track to overtake, so if you're behind slower drivers trying to catch back up with the drivers you were battling, getting through the field is so much more tricky here than it is at certain other tracks. But speaking of tricky to get past, Hobbsy here is trying everything. He's trying all kinds of different lines to try and throw McNeil off or maybe get a better exit out, but Austin doing a fantastic job placing that car exactly where it needs to be. And as I say that, he goes pretty deep at the stupid chicane, but he does manage to pull it back up, and that's not going to give Hobbsy too much of a chance, although he got a good run out of there. That's going to force McNeil tight. It's going to make it tricky to set it up for the final corner, but that Lambo is just so good out of that second last corner. Gets a great run, and Hobbsy won't be close enough coming down to T1 to get anything done.
Yeah, McNeil was lucky there to escape from that, still ahead of Hobbs, but yeah, again, it's just that difficulty in overtaking. We saw that earlier with Moss and Price, and how rough and tough their battle was, but nothing Price could do to get past the Porsche of Moss.
Absolutely, and it's not for a want of trying. He threw everything at Moss, and Moss managed to just do well enough to keep ahead of him. But Jim Baggan's asking in chat, can you see how much fuel they are carrying? Unfortunately, that is not an option in the broadcast mode, so we will have to guess. That's very wide from McNeil there. That's going to give Hobbsy a good exit here, but this is not an overtaking corner. Although McNeil seems to be struggling. Oh, he gets very, very close to that curve where you do not want to be, as we saw earlier with Price. He manages to keep it on the track, and that gap to Kale has opened back up by another second again. So wondering if Kale just had one of those laps where you go a little bit deep. Such an easy track to make those little mistakes. But yeah, he's opened the gap back up again. And further down the field, looks as though Scanlon has dropped off McLean a little bit, about a second behind now. So that's a bit of a reprieve for McLean there. But McNeil is a driver who is not experiencing any form of reprieve since Hobbsy has joined his tail.
And just interesting to note, looks like Sean Glover has entered the pits and has fallen back into the race in about P20, I'd like to say. So we'll see whether his strategy ends up working. He is currently the highest driver up who's made a pit stop. Of course, there is no mandatory pit stop in this race. But interesting strategy call there by Sean Glover in the Porsche.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. Morgan is, he's the driver who pitted it a little bit earlier. Is Glover ahead of him on track, or is that just...
Yes, Glover is ahead on track. Quite a bit ahead, actually.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure if ACC wasn't doing ACC things there. But yeah, speaking of being ahead, Jesse McLean putting the car where it needs to be. Simon Scanlon looking at the rear of Captain Picard. Let's piss off some other people. And he just can't find a way through. The force is too strong with that one ahead of him. And he's really going to hope that maybe Jesse has to dive into pit lane or something. Otherwise, he is having a bit of a tough time getting past him.
Am I going to have to make a request to not commentate with you?
Why? What's wrong?
Oh no! Stop! The race control. I'm sorry. I am just.
I see. Mole gets it. He gets it. That's fine. We're good. We're all good. There's nobody gets upset about these type of things. It's not as though people take movies way too seriously. Oh, Scanlon gets a great run out of the final corner there. He is very, very close to McLean. McLean goes defensive immediately as he needs to. Will he allow a little bit of a gap on the inside there? He certainly does not. Hugs the wall. Very tricky to hit your braking marker, and everybody does there. That's great racing by both of them. Very smart defense there by McLean. Didn't really even give Scanlon half a look there. Made his intentions clear right off the bat, and great driving by both of them there.
Yeah, Scanlon with just a slight run, but McLean defending with all of his might. And I mean, Scanlon didn't really have much of a look in the end. So fair play to McLean as we see a 5-second penalty detriment for ignoring blue flags. That's yeah, not a thing you're meant to be doing. As Wayhan's into the pits as well, but he'll have to stay in the pit lane for slightly longer with that 10-second penalty.
Of course, that's part of the problem with doing a pit stop, especially if you're a little bit further down the field, is you come out amongst the leaders and you are an perpetual blue flag for the rest of the race. So that is unfortunate for Truong there. He does only get a 5-second penalty, so not really the end of the world, but he will learn his lesson about being in the way of the leaders.
Yeah, it's still something you have to look out for, despite I mean, even if you feel you have a bit of pace over the drivers around you, certainly just follow behind the leader and just catch up to others in that fashion.
Yeah, of course, and we do have the new updated sporting code in OR with the updated blue flag rules, which entails that the blue flag driver gets out of the way at the first safe spot, which is a bit of a change from the old rules where they had 4 corners to get out of the way. So, of course, if you stay out of the leader or the passing car for too long, they can call it out and the stewards will look into it. And as we see, they hand out a small penalty, just a little slap on the wrist. But this little battle pack here, Jordan Moss has been the proverbial cork in the bottle for most of this race. And he's done very, very well to not really make any major mistakes, keeping it in P10. And he's been under pressure for pretty much 30 minutes and has not cracked yet.
Meanwhile, there's so, something in the chat. I'm not really sure what to say on it, but either way, Price has brought his way back into this battle here for P10 between Moss, Hurley, Steele, and himself.
I mean, on a technical level, Gandalf was kind of in Harry Potter, so I mean, there's a little bit of crossover, at least.
Yeah.
Huh? No?
Yeah. I'll let it slide. Meanwhile, yeah, looks like Hurley's just got the run. Seems, yeah, there's just no real way for drivers to get past around here unless they're really, really going for a move. But as we've seen, trying to really go for a move can lead to some contact between drivers.
And I know I've said some controversial stuff tonight that gets hated on for I don't know what, but Justin Wills saying he loves this track, it should be a permanent. The message has been deleted. That's better, because
Yes.
that's so offensive to so many people.
Yeah. Yeah, you could honestly say Marty McFly is the best character in Harry Potter, and I would still be more angry at someone saying that Zandvoort is the best track ever.
Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, Marty McFly was very good in it. You know, when it's like when Captain Spock said, "Great Scott!" You know, just there's so many good movies with quotes, and I can feel you seething at me, Alex. Like it's even though you're so far away, it's
Laughing through the pain. Laughing through the pain.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of pain, these guys are stuck in a train, which rhymes with pain, so that's why I threw that in there. But Justin Steele putting pressure on Hurley ahead of him. Hurley dropped off the back of Moss ever so slightly. Not sure if it's maybe tire wear or just getting a little bit fatigued. It's a very draining track because you have to be so precise. But yeah, they're really putting the pressure on to, or trying to put the pressure back on Moss. And Riley Price, who was the main battle sort of person with Moss early in the race, he wants to get past these two guys and have another round with Jordan Moss there to get into the top 10.
Despite Moss's issues with pace, he's driven quite the good race.
Yeah, exactly. He's done everything he needed to do so far. You know, he's been under pressure, as we said, but he's done exactly what he needed to.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, either way, that livery will forever be my favorite on the grid. Can't go wrong with a Commodore 64 livery, despite the fact it is a Porsche.
It is very nicely done. I do love these video game or video console. Oh, that is just John Steele, I think.
Jack Steele.
Jack Steele, but he has visited the wall. That was an interesting incident. Did he hit a grass?
No, it looked like he just lost it mid-corner, but I was looking for something that matched up with his last name, and full credit to him, he did find it.
Yeah, the tires are not gonna like that. Tires are gonna be very second hand after that little slide there. I don't think he made too much contact with the wall, so probably won't have too much damage. But as we've seen with Hobbsy up ahead, damage hasn't really affected the Ferrari too much. He's still piling the pressure onto McNeil. McNeil yet to crack, and that is fantastic. resilience by McNeil there, under pressure from a driver like Hobbsy, who is one of the best in OOR, and McNeil proving that he himself is one of the top drivers in this league as well, managing to stay ahead of Hobbsy there. That's not really a curb you want to take. And he's piling, just keeps on piling on the pressure, but McNeil placing that car where it needs to be, and it looks as though they're battling a little bit, and that's allowing Reynolds to slowly but surely catch up a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. McNeil has not put a foot wrong, really, although there was that slight mistake that he managed to hold on against Hobbs from. But yeah, Reynolds is picking up the pace now, so I wonder if Reynolds was just holding onto his tyres as much as he could to make a late race assault. I mean, we had at Watkins Glen, the race where he did not make a pit stop and had himself a very, very solid outing there. I believe he was the driver of the day on that occasion.
Finished on the podium as well after not taking a pit stop, which was a bit of a controversial choice, but he did make it work very nicely. Scanlon here still piling the pressure onto the back of One Punch Man there ahead of him. Not really able to get anything done. Gets a good run out of the final corner though. He is here alongside. He seems to be close enough. Will he be able to outbrake McLean? McLean has finally made a mistake. He's trying to hang on around the outside. Not quite able to do it. And Scanlon finally gets through. Now the question is, how big is the gap to McDonald ahead? And I think it may be too big to really close that down.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity there for Spidey, and he took it with both hands clenched together. He just took the opportunity, went for it, and off he goes up to P8.
A very important track to take those opportunities when they arise. They're not frequent appearances, but you really need to make the most of them. And now he can't afford to make a single mistake. He needs to start trying to build a gap to McLean and hope that maybe in this last sort of 18 minutes that McDonald maybe makes a big mistake or has an incident. We've seen a couple of drivers just put a foot ever so slightly wrong, and it costs them quite a few seconds in terms of time. So Scanlon is not out of the hunt for that win, but it's going to take something catastrophic for McDonald or something super special from Scanlon here in the last, I want to say, about 10 laps or so.
Very much so, with the gap at where it is. It's going to be a fair effort from Spidey Fees to catch up to McDonald. There's still plenty of battles going on. I mean, we're looking at Hurley now still stuck behind the Porsche of Moss, with now Price behind after Steele's incident of just a bit of a spin.
It looks like Moss catching up to McLean a little bit. I think that's McLean, and Scanlon just up ahead on the road there. So maybe with all that battling, McLean has slowed them down a little bit, and that's allowed this little train to catch up here. So Jesse will definitely want to put the pedal to the metal and get away from this group here. As we've seen, this group has been fighting and fighting since the beginning of the race, and he does not want to get involved in this, that is for sure.
No, that is pretty certain to say.
It looked as though Moss, maybe he was just managing his tires a little bit earlier in the race or something, but he's certainly maintained a very strong pace, and Riley Price putting the pressure on Hurley ahead of him. He's trying that sort of cutback that he's tried a couple of times against Moss as well. Don't think it's going to work. That exit speed is just too high there to really get that run into the stupid chicane here. He's going to have to hope for a mistake. It looks as though McLean is really going slowly at the moment, allowing this battle pack to slowly but surely close up to him. Lounge room sim racer, I know, but being the track, it wasn't sure if Tyreway would make the decision to take tires. There's been a couple of drivers who have decided to take the pit stop and get the tires on, but none of the sort of, I want to say, top 15 or so have really decided to do that. Sean Glover, I think did the pit stop, and he is the lead driver who has performed the pit stop. But as you've seen how tricky it is to overtake here, and speaking of overtaking, Jesse McLean is going to be under pressure from a big old train of 4 cars here very, very soon if he doesn't pick up the pace.
Yeah, although McLean did defend fairly well against Scanlon, with Scanlon just getting through on the odd mistake that McLean did make, but we'll see whether Moss can do the same. Of course, Moss has to keep an eye on what's going behind him as well, with Hurley, Price, and the lapped cut of Wayan behind.
I suspect McLean may have cooked his tires in the first 45 minutes here. He is a lot slower than these guys behind him, and this is not going to be fun for him, defending for 15 minutes against a train like this on tires that don't seem to want to do what he wants them to do. He is not in a position he was hoping for, and what he would really be hoping for is Hurley and Price behind to really start attacking Moss and try and give him a little bit of reprieve here.
That'll be at the hope, but he's just going to try everything he can.
Yeah, towards the end of the race, taking that final corner with flat out throttle becomes trickier and trickier. Even after about 10 laps or so, it's already starting to become more difficult. So yeah, these tires are really going to be screaming. The left side tires taking absolute beating around here. Oh, hits a little bit of the curb there. You do not want to do that, because that puts you onto that inside piece of grass there. Manages to keep it facing the right direction. That is Michael Manns in the BMW ahead, going very slowly. He is a lapped car, so hopefully he won't affect this battle too much. And a very tricky place to be caught up as a blue flag. Not easy to get out of the way for about another 2 corners or so. And he should be able to get out of the way after this right-hander here and let this train through.
He goes to the inside line. He is able to, as Price gets up the inside of Hurley at the same time. Oh, and no, he's made contact with Moss.
No, that is so unfortunate. Moss really has done such a good job, and that was just a little bit greedy from Price there. And it'll be interesting to see what price he has to pay for doing that.
Either way, Raleigh Price has made a bit of a mistake there, to say the least.
You're welcome to hurl your insults at me anytime you want, Alexis, that's fine. No? Nothing?
Yeah, maybe there's more things stupid than just that chicane.
Well, that's rude. That's uncalled for. Right. Oh god. Anyway, Philippa Bakita 10 seconds ahead at the front of the field. She is in a class of her own at the moment. It looks as though McNeil, for the moment, has not a pace advantage over... No, wait, where is Hobbsy? Hobbsy has dropped down to P6. Something has happened to Mitch Hobbs?
Yes, he has. I wonder if there's been a mistake there from Hobbs somewhere along the line. He has had a few of those throughout the past few seasons, so need to take a look at a replay, possibly if there has been anything, or get some other information. But either way, Reynolds and Blair are ahead of him.
And it looks as though Reynolds is fairly close to McNeil as well, so McNeil may have thought he would get a bit of a reprieve with Hobbsy dropping off, but he has just been replaced by a Porsche that is piling the pressure on, and Riley all over the back of Jesse already as we jump to a replay here. So Hobbsy had dropped off a little bit. Does he dump it into the grass? Yep, he absolutely does.
Oh,
so
and that's going to be a lot more damage to that Ferrari. Sweet. Yeah. Look now, here's Price trying to go around the outside of McLean to the chicane. That turns to the inside. That is a brilliant move. But McLean gets the better exit, but that's on the outside. That is not going to be very easy to hold, and Price gets done, but also gets a 15 second penalty, sorry, for causing a collision. That was not for lap 1. That would presumably be for the incident of turning Moss around just then. So
I don't think so, because he was involved in that lap 1 incident in turn 1, if you remember, the Ferrari and the McLaren there. So I'm wondering if they only just got to that and he has another penalty coming his way as well.
Oh dear, that would not be good. As his Hobbs get... Oh yeah, Hobbs has a lot of damage. That is quite understeery through that final corner.
Yeah, the car did not really go in the direction he was hoping for there. So Jesse McLean, he's been overtaken by Price, but he does know that Price has that penalty, so he doesn't really have to worry about that. And McNeil here, he breathed easy for about half a second, and all of a sudden realized he has an orange Porsche all over his rearview mirror, and he is back under pressure, and he has 10 minutes left in this race. He must be getting so bored of defending at the moment, but as you said earlier as well, he's made one little mistake, and apart from that, he's been pretty much exactly where he needed to put the car. So Reynolds is going to have to do something pretty special to get an overtake back.
Certainly. Yeah, McNeil has had to do a lot of defending tonight, and I'm sure he'll be quite happy for this race to end in about 9.5 minutes time.
And he's strong ahead there. It looks like he had a bit of a Hobbsy moment there, but not quite as bad as he is going again. Quite interesting to see there, Ashton Reynolds, his fastest lap was a 36.2, which is not super fast. It's good rate pace, but his drop off is only about a second towards the end of this lap. So he's done, maybe he was just taking a little bit easier in the race, or earlier in the race, managing those tires, because his drop off is not as big as some of the other drivers that we've seen.
Can he try from Ruby's? Gotta really optimize the lines, but again, McNeil's just been driving the car near perfectly tonight.
I think the benefit for McNeil as well is the Lamborghini is just so good out of the corners, and acceleration is so strong. So unless he makes a proper mistake on exit, he just gets that good drive. And I mean, the Porsche is a strong car in acceleration, but you can see there the Lambo out of the exit of that third last corner, he's not able to really do anything to the Lamborghini. And McNeil getting a good run into the final corner here, a little bit wide there, may have to do a little bit of a sort of lift, but he manages to get a fantastic run down to T1 Ashton. Not going to be able to do anything on this lap, but you can see there his laps are so consistent, and that is really going to enable him to keep piling the pressure on. There's still 8 minutes remaining. That's a lot of time when you've been defending for the past 50 minutes.
And especially with how short the lap is around here, of course, it's only a minute 36, minute 37 lap time for most of the drivers here. Few in the minute 38, but so there's still plenty of laps to go in this one.
Yeah, and of course, Pakita up front, she qualified on pole. She has the fastest lap. She's been dominant, so she is not really a concern for anyone. And even Kyle has done fantastically. He's had a boring race, and something we've discussed in comms boxes before is having a boring race is not always a bad thing, especially when you're running in P2 and nobody's talking about you. The pace is very solid there. You can see his drop off is 1.2 seconds, so a little bit more than what Reynolds has been experiencing. But he's under no pressure. He can just lap calmly. But behind him, we do have McNeil, who has been under nothing but pressure for this entire race. So that podium battle is still very much up for grabs at the moment.
Certainly, and I mean, if there's anything that happens between P3 and P4, which obviously we don't want to happen, then Scott Blair is right there to capitalize.
And it's going to be quite interesting to see as well. Jordan Moss, who is the sort of Pro-Am leader in the championship, he was, of course, running P10, P9 after the incidents, and then he got hit by Price there and dropped down a little bit. So McDonald, who is currently P3 in the championship, he's winning this race, and he is significantly ahead of Moss. So he'll be closing that gap. With only one round remaining in the championship, that is really going to spice things up for Nürburgring next week.
Definitely, and what a track to end off the season at Nürburgring. That's one of the better tracks in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, for hot lapping for sure. For racing, very similar to this in terms of overtaking. Super tricky. A couple, maybe a slightly more opportunities than Zandvoort to overtake, but not very many. But it does make for very close racing, which will be very exciting to watch.
Certainly will be, as Hurley now is looking quite quick behind the other Ferrari of Jesse McLean.
Yeah, McLean, of course, one of those drivers who's also been under nothing but pressure for the whole race, and they have Wayhan behind them here who looks to be a lot quicker, but he is a blue flag car and he does not want to get overly involved in this battle for what would be P4 in the Pro-Am class and a top 10. So he's going to have to be a little bit patient, which is not ideal if you're trying to chase somebody down, but I don't think he's really in a position to catch anybody ahead of him in his class or for positions. So hopefully patience wins and he just lets these guys battle it out and decide who gets that top 10 on merit alone.
Back now with the battle between McNeil and Reynolds. McNeil is still holding strong. Can Reynolds pull anything from the fire, or is McNeil got enough to retain a podium?
He's certainly done a stellar job of keeping the car in all the right places. Reynolds really putting the pressure on here, but it's such a tricky track to follow very closely as well. So that's why you've seen quite a lot of ebbing and flowing between some of the battles where drivers are able to close right in, and then very tricky to spot your braking markers at quite a few corners here and then go a little bit deep or brake a little bit early and something, and it really affects how the battles go. But Reynolds still piling the pressure on. McNeil knows there's only about 3 or 4 laps. Where is Bakita on track at the moment? She's coming around the final corner. There is 3 minute 50 remaining. I think we will see 2 more racing laps after this. So as we see, car 94 is a yellow flag. That is Jake Faber. And that is not ideal, as he is an integral part in the AM battle. So that is not good news for him.
Certainly not, as Hurley is now showing the nose to McLean as Wayne nearly goes for a move. He might have to let Moss through, and he does. So now Moss is back into this battle.
Yes, of course, as we said earlier, if you decide to take that pit stop, you will be a blue flag. Your battle does not take precedence over the other battles, so he has to move out of the way there of Moss, even though he appears to be the quicker car on track. And speaking of quicker cars, Hurley definitely appears to be a little bit quicker than McLean at this phase of the race, but McLean doing everything he needs to do. He knows he only has to do it for 2 more laps, and he will take that top 10, which he will be very happy with.
Yeah, Hurley just can't quite get close enough. You can tell that Hurley's visibly faster, but in the optimal timings, he's just not able to get close enough to force the move, although McLean's gotten a little bit wide, so that's brought Hurley much closer on this occasion.
The problem is this is not really a spot where you want to be all that close. It's so tricky to spot your markers there. But he does very well there, and he's right on the tail. But Jordan Moss, having gotten past Wayhan behind, is very close to the back of Hurley, and Steele, after his earlier incident, is also closing back up onto this pack. I think we're in for an absolute fireworks show here on the final lap. Oh, that's very wide from Hurley. Will that allow Moss to look? No, he does not quite get close enough to have a look at Hurley there, but that is just showing you how important it is to not make any mistakes when the battle is this tight.
Very much so, but we are now on the penultimate lap, or at least Bakita is on the penultimate lap. He should have enough time to get 1 more lap in. Just top of the map.
Top of the corner, yeah. So will be 1 more lap after this, and that is not good news for these guys here. They want this, or especially for McLean, he wants this race to finish as soon as possible, and they're catching up to Trong there in a very damaged Audi. Hopefully he can get out of the way efficiently. That's going to affect, maybe, no, luckily that's very well done by Trong there. Good heads up driving. You can see McLean there goes defensive immediately. A little bit of a weave there, just making Hurley aware that he will be defending this if he needs to.
Very much so. As the gap between Price and McLean is 10.3 seconds now, so it's going to be tight, I reckon. If Hurley starts fighting McLean, then there's a chance that Price may not lose all of those positions, but right now he will still be dropping down to P13.
Yeah, that is true. He does a great job, and of course McLean defending, just as we've seen earlier, how much time defending loses you to the cars ahead. So Price will really be hoping that Hurley and Moss pile the pressure on and allows him to pull another couple of seconds. But yeah, Reynolds here, he's running out of time. Bakita is on the final lap now. Will he be able to do anything? He's not close enough in this. I don't think the Porsche is good enough out of that final corner to really do anything down to turn 1. But in this middle sector is where the Porsche really comes alive. So let's see if he can get close enough to get onto the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky from here. I reckon McNeil is odds-on favourite to hold on to that position, but anything can happen. But Bakita has been spectacular in this one. She's not put a foot wrong all race, and she's going to snag a Grand Slam of pole position, fastest lap, and your race win. So, epic performance from Bakita tonight.
And that pace, lapping in the mid 35s there early on in the race, is pretty spectacular pace around Zandvoort. She comes in to the second last corner with that BS competition, a Mercedes. Coming down towards the final corner for the final time. Your winner for Split Yellow in the Simrigs Sprint Series in Octane Online Racing will be none other than Philippa Bakita. She has been flawless today. Takes a very, very comfortable victory, and that is really going to help her in the championship battle, especially considering Ashlyn Reynolds has made a mistake and has dropped behind Blair as Ethan Cale crosses the line in P2, and that's going to allow McNeil. I'm wondering if that was self-inflicted on Reynolds, but McNeil doesn't really care at the moment. He takes P3 provisionally, and Blair will cross the line in P4. That is unfortunate for Reynolds. He did so well throughout that race to sort of claw his way up a couple of positions through the incidents, and hopefully that doesn't cost him too much.
Yep, self-inflicted. Just lost it mid-corner, unfortunately.
That curve is an absolute bastard if you take too much of it. But the choo-choo train here behind Jesse McLean, none of them able to get an overtake done. He has been phenomenal on defense. He was under pressure for the whole opening stint in front of Simon Scanlon. Made one small mistake which allowed Scanlon to get ahead. He does get a bit of a poor run there. It's a drag race down to the line. He's been involved in a couple of those this season, but he wins this one. Hurley crosses the line just behind him with John Moss and can't see the name there, Jack Steele right behind them. And we will have Sean Glover and Lee Perkins crossing the line in P15 and P16, which will be the final drivers to cross the line, I think.
Yes, they are. We've got Truong as well, who will just be pulling up to the line now. No, he's going to bring it into the pit, so he will cross the line in pit lane. And that does it for Split Yellow.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing throughout the field there. Quite a few overtakes actually that happened, considering how Zandvoort usually goes, but some confirmation there. You do have Philippa Bakita taking the Grand Slam fastest lap, pole position, wins the race. Ethan Cale and Austin McNeil taking P2 and P3 in the Pro class. In the Pro-Am class, we have Tom McDonald taking the victory. He did pass Hobbsy towards the end there, and he finished in P6. Simon Scanlon and Jesse McLean rounding out the top 3 for the Pro-Ams. In your AM class, Douglas Keane with the win, Rusty Shackelford and Andrew Wayhan in P3. And that will do it for Split Yellow here. Who are we calling driver of the day, Lexus?
It has to be Bakita. She was spectacular tonight. Like, her pace and consistency is just beyond anything I've seen from any other driver, really.
Yeah, that's fair, but I think she's a bit of an obvious choice. So just because we have to be a little bit different, I'm going to give it to JC McLean, and Austin McNeil can share the top step with him. Both of them putting in absolutely stellar defensive driving displays there under so much pressure, and neither of them really cracking apart from one very, very small mistake from McLean there. But overall, a very good race, and actually a very clean race, not that many incidents, and A lot of the incidents we saw were very, very mild little touches. Yeah, pretty good race overall.
Yeah, I agree with that. I didn't have a lot of expectations going into tonight for Zandvoort, but we had a fairly solid race there for Split Yellow, and there is more racing coming up. We will return very, very soon for the start of Split Green that you'll be passing on to Ryan Green and Paddy Oliver for that, but we will be back in a few minutes for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And everybody enjoy the rest of the evening. And don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and click the bell button. Thank you, Licken.
We are live. Good evening, Asia Pacific. How in the Lord's name are we? Ryan, how are you?
I'm so sorry. I did not see we came in the live. Hello. I hope they didn't get that chat. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right. Now, what a fabulous evening for some racing. How the bloody hell are we, Asia Pacific?
Anyway, a bit of a tumultuous start, but hello everybody. Welcome to your Wednesday night mid-broadcast of Split Green. It's Split Green, this one?
Yep, this is Split Go Green.
Mate, I'm out of sorts.
This is too early for you, is it?
Mate, I'm still setting everything up. I'm all good.
What can you tell me about Zandvoort? You're usually the guy with all of the knowledge.
Dude, that's literally what I was doing.
Okay, never mind. So we've just moved over to quali. It's perfect timing. Split green, some very, very familiar faces. Weatherburn, Gibbons, High, and Hignett Ventnor. Straight out the bat, there's some very familiar faces here. And as we get started into this, from what I hear on the grapevine, there's a new GT3 Cup series coming. I feel like this could be a perfect time. So, Motorsports Australia GT3 Cup by Octane Online Racing is coming up. I think yeah, there we go. Quali has already... No, we're 10 days, 12 days away from the beginning of the qualification, which goes for 2 weeks at Barcelona. So that's a pretty stock standard, non-bop heavy track from my understanding. And then move straight into the 4 rounds of knockouts. So that's a pretty intense little set of tracks there from Silverstone, Hungary, Kyalami, and Nürburgring. And then straight into the 6 rounds of the... I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but there was top 40 or top 80 in 2 splits, depending on numbers and things, that go to the final 6 rounds: Paul Ricard, Suzuka, Valencia, Mount Panorama, Monza, and Spa. And what this series brings to you is a live stewarded, live race directed series with prize money, along with a little entry fee and some license that you have to acquire from Motorsports Australia, but that goes into the at the end of the day for the prize monies and prize pools. So fantastic to see more big Motorsport Australia kind of competition in a big community like OOR.
Yeah, it's just great to see Motorsport Australia's really thrown their hat into the ring over the recent, 6 months. They've really started pushing for getting in esports involved. I think they can really see the potential going down this path. There's a lot of talented drivers in here and in other leagues and or across all disciplines that can really turn a steering wheel. And we've seen in real life it translate even with James Baldwin, taking on Spa 24 and other sim racers alike. Having that foundation that they learnt in the rig, and then even sims being adapted, more and more in real life, where they can at the factory practice the tracks, work on setups before they even get there. So I mean, the technology's come such a long way. It makes a lot of sense for going forward. It's such an accessible way to get into motorsport as well. I'm sure. I mean, we're all here for the same reason. I'm sure we'd all love to be out there driving a real AMG around, but we all don't have that type of money, unfortunately, and it's such an affordable way to get that real racing experience whilst just doing it in your pajamas in your room.
Yeah, 5 meters away from your bed, 2 meters away from the toilet. No better place to be set up driving $1 million machines around some of the best tracks on the planet. So we got some laps rolling in here. Weatherburn 35-1. I'm fairly sure that's a pretty stonking lap. I'd say 34s would be the absolute ultimate pointy end of these splits this week. So 35-1's a pretty good banker.
Yeah, I wasn't able to, unfortunately, catch any of the last race. And it's been a very, very long minute since I've cut laps around here. Yeah, I think the last time I drove a lap of Zandvoort was, would have been rookie series, I reckon. When I first started in OOR way back in 2000 and, early 2021, late 2020. So very, very different sim in that point in time. And look, I mean, this particular scan of the track, not my favourite.
I don't think it's anyone's favourite, to be fair.
I don't think
we know Kunos are never getting up there one.
Look, there's two types of people in this world, really. There's people who don't like Zandvoort, at least this scan of it, and lies. So
yeah,
but it's still very technical. It's especially that sector 2, that weaving the S's down into that fast right-handed and the back end of the circuit. Admittedly, that is a very fun part of the track. It's a few tedious corners, but it'll be interesting to see, just how much overtaking we're going to see. I mean,
do you think it's the most flowy track in the sim?
This version, no, not really. That chicane is probably one of the least flowy things ever. It could be one of the worst corners in sim racing. I still give that to turn 4 at the Nürburgring, that like slow right hander. But it's certainly up there.
I've just learned. Apparently, Zandvoort is actually the one track in ACC not laser scan.
Is that true?
So that's interesting. Well, let's
there
go
you go.
off. We trust the chat, and also welcome in chat and everyone. I hope we see some familiar faces from last race who are joining us to kind of carry on that excitement that these Asia Pacific sprint splits bring. But some familiar faces up the top. Ferrari looking quite comfortable up there. Giacomin and Hindy putting in some absolute stonking high 34s. So I think we could even maybe see, what do you think, a 0.6? Lucas Burrs has still got to warm up.
Yeah. Look, we know how quick Luca is. Definitely think, yeah, you're pretty bang on with the 34s being on the pace. Get down to the lows is going to be pretty intense. I think we can see something around the mids for the most part. I mean, this isn't really a track like a lot of people are going to be turning laps and laps and laps of. I know I do like 3 laps and I get frustrated. It's very, obviously one of the smaller ones as well, only a 134 lap, so it can get very congested out there, and that,
Yeah, as we're seeing.
Yeah, just tracking up, giving some space, and you want to get such a good run through that last corner, you can't really back up into it, so you kind of got to go gas from here and carry that momentum. It's just one of those, such an awkward corner, and it can really make or break your lap. This last corner, you want to keep it pegged, but it's just such on the edge of grip. It's one of those ones where you be green the whole lap, and you get to the final couple of corners, and you can see 3/4 tenths just atomize out of nowhere.
Have you got a track map? Are you going to try name any of these corners?
I can do turn 10, botch 10, botch 9, and that's about it. That's all I'm doing. What was a botched? A botched must mean corner.
I'm pretty sure bocked means corner.
Bocked? Is it bocked?
Yeah.
Bock? I don't know.
Bocked.
Bock means bocked. Is it phonetic, do we reckon? Or is it, do you reckon the T is silent? Or is it like bock? Bock? I don't know.
It's got to be bocked.
Bocked?
Surely.
Yeah, I reckon I could give some of these a try, actually.
They're a bit easier than they look. They're just super long.
Yeah. It was just a bit of word spaghetti when I'm looking at it. But what we got? Turn 1, Tarzan Bock. Nah, I'm gonna stop here.
You did one and
Bock
stop.
Bend. Yeah, no, we're 1, 9, and 10. We're done. That's what you get. That's a little taster.
Okay, he's coming up here into Hans Bocked.
Bock is bend, apparently, says Racing Drill,
okay.
so yeah, it's close enough. I guess that makes.
And then we're coming up here to Kumo, the penultimate corner on the track. And then we duck towards Eri Lundik Bocht.
You're a braver man than I.
Straight onto the quite short pit straight. There's not a lot of time to relax around this lap, is there?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, the pit straight's quite short, but the start-finish line is quite a decent way down the line. Like, the timing line, normally the tracks like this, the timing line's a lot further down, so could see, especially only come the end of the race, a few dashes to the line, if cars are still right on each other, and it's just one of the, such an awkward spot to, really only overtaking is going to come from turn 1. We've seen in real life disciplines, it's very attackable around the outside if you can get it really tight, because the next few corners, if you can keep it around the outside and then all the way down through to turn 3 and you got the inside for there's not really much your opposition can do. It's a few different methods for attack, but it's just a matter of getting your car into a favorable position on the open, just to actually get the move going.
I think it's
But-
also really like a big two to tango kind of track as well. Like, yes, there are spots where if you get your car in the right spot, you've got a chance of going side by side in a lot of these areas. But you've got to really make sure. I think this is where it comes down to being in sprints. Is by this race being the fifth race or sixth race, you'll have that confidence to know how the other person's going to drive and drive too wide in those tricky spots of the race.
It's a pretty easy track to defend as well. Like as I said, the only spot for attack is turn 1, but at the same time, it's a very easy cover for the most part. Track's not particularly wide. It's not skinny, but it's not wide really either. Pretty regular. It's not really a lot of attacks. You can kind of catch somebody napping turn 10 as they sweep. If you're close through turn 9 and they sweep back out right for turn 10, you can kind of get them napping. You can throw it up the inside, but even then they can get just a great run down, and they've got the inside for 11 and 12 even, so it's another one of those spots where it's just really hard to get it done.
Yeah, it's just another one of those tracks where you have 60 minutes plus a pit. No pit stop in this one. That's right. So you got 60 minutes of taking care of your tires and keeping concentration. I know it can be pretty tricky, especially when you get into some of those pockets of time in these races. So, I know the left sides are very not happy after like 20 or 30 minutes at a point, so it'll be a good battle of who can look after their tires to a degree and get to the check-in first, I guess.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a tire melter. It'll also depend a lot on the track temps as well, as we see. Not sure who that was off the track, but just the 22 of scanning Richardson just off to there to the right. Maybe just getting out of the way, maybe made a mistake, not entirely sure, but yeah, it's just one of those. It's just, yeah, really got to hold on to it. It's such a long load, especially through that last corner. It's your left tires by the end of the race are just going to be absolutely begging for help. Last corner's going to shred them. First corners, you're asking a lot. I've gotten rid of my track map. Turn 7 down the back end of the circuit, the fast one's going to be asking a lot. Even 8 and 9, again, just asking a lot of the left-hand side. So it's really taking care of those. The track temp gets too high and the ambient gets too high, and you can really start melting the rubber. And some of the cars that, really chew through the tires are really going to see them struggle around here. Surprising to. So I was going to see the Ferrari's obviously looking like the strong choice around here.
Yeah, I don't know what tells you that.
Yeah, it's a hunch. The Nissan apparently, or Lucas Burst is just better.
Yeah, I don't think the Nissan counts when it's with Lucas Burrs. I think this has got to be his second or third season in a row. I know he won it last season in the Nissan, so he's no stranger to a bit of Datsun manhandling.
Yeah, I mean, mate, what a car! It's only if it was better. Only if it was better. Look, it's a pig, but it's a Nissan, so come on.
It's a Japanese pig, so everyone froths it.
Absolutely, it's a bit of a unfun experience to drive. Nothing beats the Jag, but
personally, a lot of things beat the Jag, but that's just my opinion.
Right, you can keep saying that, but
I mean, the race results probably prove it too, but that's neither here nor there.
You find me one person that hates the Jag, and I don't want you to bring me anybody that drove it for that one season of sprints.
Never mind.
Yeah, exactly right.
Woo! Yeah, Luca. Called it. No one beat it. Stop the clock. That's a stonking lap.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lucas Bez is one of the tracks where, I mean, all the tracks in the Nissan are going to be pretty. How you going in the Nissan is only a handful where it really is tolerable, but I can't imagine it's going to be particularly cash money around here.
Just got some intel from chat. Apparently, Hindy and Weatherburn did 34.4 in practice, so Maybe, hopefully they're about to put in a stonking lap and bring it to Luca, but it's not looking optimal just yet, I don't think. I think Weatherburn's got a fair bit to pick up, so it's been some chaos in Sector 2.
Still on a note. Weatherburn. Yeah, we're watching him now. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at Higness. I was looking for 471. My eyes are getting crisscrossed. So.
Got your glasses on?
Just picked him up.
Good.
Just picked him up.
That'll do it.
Decided to put it back on. Stop looking through my fingers.
As he's found almost 3/10 coming into the last corner. No, that's a 2. Sorry, 2/10. And 34.64, so he's got him by 400. 42 thousandths. And that's enough for Weatherburn. As this is Omar in our Pro-Am. He's currently sitting in 4th, and he's parked it. So you said that's enough. So Chris Taylor done a pretty good job there, sticking it to a couple of pros and P8 overall. So not doing too bad in class there.
Of course, congratulations to Hindy. Pick it at the 11th hour, 11:59 p.m. Managed to grab that one. So, you know, Page said he had it in him, and you know. Right at the end, 4/100ths, man. That's nothing in that. It's barely a blink. So, starting from pole position, is that the outside that they got? 705.
G Coleman, I think, is in the.
Is G Coleman the orange
he's
one?
on the outside.
I was gonna say.
Have we got liveries?
Yeah, G Coleman's on the outside. Okay. I was gonna say, like, I thought it might have fed him the outside as P1. That's rude as. Is there any tracks like that? Where it's like disadvantageous to, like a disadvantage. Oh god, dude, I can't.
Wow.
Disadvantageous start for like P1 on the outside. I don't think so. Monza.
I haven't driven around Monza for a very long time.
Hey, just pick up some public lobbies, mate.
I feel like it should be a league race only kind of track.
League race only? Mate, that's all public lobbies run. ACC pub lobbies live and breathe off Monza.
I haven't done many of the American tracks. Maybe America somewhere could lead you on the outside. I'm not sure. What does it depend on? Is it supposed to give P1 the inside to turn 1?
I believe so, for the most part. I can't imagine why Monza would. Is it more advantageous to be on the outside for the chicane?
Probably not.
I guess if something goes wrong, there's the runoff.
But then you get the inside to the second one. I don't know.
I don't know. Hey, I
don't do science.
I'd prefer not to think about Monza turn 1 chicane.
Don't pay me to think. Malik, I'm hearing noise from you. Your microphone does work.
It does look very basic.
Doesn't sound like mine, but it does sound a bit basic. Yeah, now I can.
Yeah, mate.
30 seconds.
Oh, they can't hear you on chat. We can hear you.
No, it just started, so I thought I'd let you know.
20 seconds.
Well, at least she didn't say anything too embarrassing.
10
That's
seconds.
good to know. The boss is medically cleared for this broadcast. Second apex of the chicane. Yeah, but you're being hung around the outs. I don't know. That's a weird one. I don't trust it. Maybe Zolda?
No, Zolda, you get the inside.
Zolda P1's on the right, I'm pretty sure, because I punted P1 in a league race, I'm fairly sure.
Oh, that's true. I think it was
Remember, I think it was
I
Jake
remember
Baldwin.
that. I remember that.
I'm pretty
Oh.
sure it was Jake Baldwin.
Malik, no. What's he done? Can
I
we
think
have
it
the
might be
stream
fixed.
back?
I think you might be fixing it up.
Alright, Chad. Bear with us. We got the stream back.
Love that. Much obliged.
Much obliged, agreed.
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
did ask for it to be reset, so that's on me. That's how you feed Max. And dog biscuits, and you know what, chat? More likes, the more chance there is that Mullock feeds Max.
Yeah, it's quite
Does
rude,
it mean much in YouTube land? They don't want to ruin their liked videos section. There's no crying in baseball.
If you press the like button and subscribe, you get extra tax back. Tax is coming up. Don't look that up. But I promise you do.
Mortgage rates
So-
go down as well if you like
Yep.
them. T's and C's apply.
Can click the like button to end the housing crisis.
So,
Asterisks.
coming into Sector 3, there's some interesting spacing hip-hopping happening here. So hopefully they can tidy it up into the last boct. Second penultimate boct. And I think this, you know what? Ryan Green, I think you can lead us away. Split green,
I
Ryan
can
Green.
most certainly do that. As here we are, round 6, I believe this is, for your OOR Sprint Series. Here we are at Circuit Zandvoort. Split green, safety car is pulled away from the field. So we are just about ready to get going. It's going to be quite the hold down to the line, halfway down the straight, if not further. So gives these guys plenty of chance to settle themselves, keep the cars in the optimum position, keep the revs nice and steady, and keep the foot ready to go. As we go green, that's Burst, got an amazing jump from the back there, immediately pulls out to the inside, and he's going to have the inside and a great run down into turn 1. Luca G. Coman around the outside, he's going to try to hold it, going to try to keep the nose in cold tires, isn't going to get it on, a bit of contact between Hind and G. Coman. No one spins, but they're going to keep the position. There's a great run off the line from Burst, from P3 to P1, immediately down further in the pack. That's Barker and Hignett going at it. Doesn't manage to hang it around the outside. Hignett's going to be very easy for the most part. No spins in the background. There was 57 down in the background. Just got turned. 9.52 as well. Those guys seem to be going, but all generally pretty good through turn 1. That's a massive slide of oversteer from Hignett. What a catch. Got all sorts of sideways off the start there. But all in all, pretty good start. No safety cars, and here we go, 59 minutes of racing.
We know Ben Hignett loves a little bit of a drift, but I'm not sure that'll help his 60-minute long tyres. So let's see how we can spend these 58 looking at hopefully babying those a little bit more. I was absolutely amazed at how that GTR got off the line. It goes to show it's got some absolute legs off the grid there. Jeez.
Yeah, that reaction charm. I wish we could get the AWS graphics that the F1 have for reaction time, because that was an absolutely amazing jump. As soon as the green light went for Burst, he just hit the gap right against the wall. There was barely any space for him. As we see G coming right on the back, you can see it's so sluggish through that final turn, but it's got some legs down the straight. And look at that, the Ferrari just cannot compete in the straight line. He's going to defend the inside Burst down into turn 1. G Coman's going to keep him quite tight, but isn't going to be able to hang it around the outside, and that's what we're going to see all day today, is just the struggle to overtake, the tactical gaming out to play. We know how good Burst can be and how consistent he be. It's just how wide can he make this distance, and can he keep it there for the next 57 minutes?
Yeah, look, these two are absolutely going at him. I feel like for Hindy here, it's a bit unfortunate because he's in such a tricky situation where you got Luca up in front trying to go at Lucas, and then who do you follow? Like, Lucas is so good at just getting the car in the right spot most of the time, so it'll be looking after your tyres and just finding that mistake that hopefully Lucas does not make, but, you know, it's putting a lot of pressure on him, and I'm sure...
As you say that, he runs a little bit wide there and just doesn't isn't able to get the power down, but you just see this, they're going to be the strong suit. It's such a good race car in race scenario. Luca Giacomo just isn't going to have the legs to really get him on the straights. If Luca's going to get it done, he's going to have to get it done in unconventional spots. I mean, as you were saying, I think I'd honestly rather be Hind in this situation. It's going to be much easier from his position, sitting and watching these two are inevitably going to go at it and at it and at it for the rest of the race. So long as that Nissan's ahead, and just kind of being where you're at, you can really make a judgment call and try to follow somebody through. And if Giacomo goes through, you can kind of nudge the Nissan off his line and keep going on. I was watching a league race last night, and one of the Altus guys in the F4, you saw it. It went from P2 to P8 in one lap as every car just followed him through, and once it rains, it pours, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Here is also a really tricky track to, you'll have to dust off your tyres, you'll have to try and get back into that momentum. A lot of the track is super flowy, as we were talking about in qualifying, but except coming up to that third, fourth to last bocht. But yeah, like, this is it's just a waiting game, I think. There's no need to force anything too much earlier, because you risk just so much for yourself and your other drivers around you. But a bit further down the field, Aziz Omar, I think he started about 4th in class from memory, so he's moved up a couple spots into the top 10. Three Pro-Ams in the top 10 doing well, and Nick Miller, P12 in AM, doing a great job.
As we just have another look at the start, and it's just quite a decent distance back Burst was at the start. We hope he wasn't speeding on the start. He just got a great launch from sitting right in the rev range, and there's really, really nothing that Hindy could have done there in that situation. He was worried about Giacomo on his left, and all of a sudden Burst was up the inside and edging ahead, and with cold tires on lap 1, and you're all running 3 wide, there's really, really not a lot you're gonna have to do there. You're just gonna have to concede and deal with it later down the line. But unfortunately, it's dropped all the way back down to 3rd now. So for Hindy, honestly, a bit of a disastrous start. Starting from P1 and then go the inside line. You think you're in the box seat for a track that's hard to overtake around, but now you're sitting in P3rd. You got to do the chasing, and sitting behind all these guys, you gotta really, really start to wear at the tires. There's no stop in this race. No one's going to stop unless for damage. So it's going to be all about management for this stage.
Yeah, I agree. It's such a tricky spot to be in for these three. Do you push? Do you try and get the position? Do you look after your tires to make sure? As he sends it up the inside of Luca Burst, bugger my scenario, just send it. And now, if you're behind, what are you doing? Who are you following here up into this tricky box? Burst is going to hold it. We know he loves getting his car in the right spot. It's getting tricky too wide into that chicane, and there's always going to be contact there. But just leaves plenty of space on the inside. Goes a little bit deep, Luca does, and Lucas kind of just gets left out to dry. Now, Hindy in the background thinking about it. That's some pretty good side-by-side racing there in a tricky spot. And Hindy's going to send it up the inside.
And as we were saying before, is just once you get pushed off your line, it can just really start to go downhill so quickly. I thought Burst was maybe going to have the run down into turn 11, but just didn't. He just didn't really have the fight around the long. Essentially, it's almost a hairpin of turn 12, and now he's down to P3 and threat from Barker now. And as we were saying, it can just catch you out of sorts. And now that these Ferraris have been unleashed, it's see what these two can do. But in the early stages, especially through most of this back section, they were looking to have so much more pace. We were saying this in the quali though. Turn 10 was one of the spots where you can really catch someone off guard and throw it down the inside. But that's exactly what Luca did.
Yeah, now we're in a really expensive Nissan sandwich here up the front. And even like Barker and Weatherburn just here, not too far off the pace either. So putting plenty of pressure on Lucas. Maybe they've seen where he's made a more common error, and where maybe he's going a little bit deep and trying to use the acceleration to get out of that corner a bit faster. But his tires must not be very happy, or just a little bit overheated maybe in that section of the track. Because I know Sector 2, especially the end of Sector 2, it's pretty low speed, so trying to maximize exits and things like that can maybe use a bit too much of the tires. I'm
Yeah,
really
we'll
sure that
see.
Nissan's like the best on tires from memory.
Honestly, mate, I've got no idea. If we can see if Chat can
Oh,
enlighten us, we see that Lamborghini. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel of that one, but that's an amazing launch. And then just don't mind if you do. There's a bit of contact ahead, and if that contact didn't happen between the Mercedes and that blue and white Lamborghini, Darrell would have said, "Oh, it's gone from bad to worse." For him. Yeah, I'm not really sure who that is in the graphics, but yeah, got a rear bonk and then a side bonk, and that would have been the incident we saw earlier with that 9. Can't remember, 9 something car, 900 and something.
I think it was 57. Yeah, Tom Maloney.
50. It was Tom Maloney. So that was the Tom Maloney start that Chat was talking about before. We see Connor Hine just try to get himself a better exit, but didn't. Not sure if that was a bit of snap oversteer in the entry ball, or whether he was trying to line up a better exit to run down the straight. But they've already pulled out a. Yeah, they've already pulled out a 1.6 second gap. That was exactly what I was just about to say. So it was the case that burst was a bit of cork in the bottle for these two, and just see Graham Hill pick up a 15-second penalty for. I assume that's the incident we saw in lap 1. There's another
Mercedes.
There's another cork developing behind Aziz Omar, I believe it is, or Hill may have worked past. Just trying to glance the track map. No, that's Aziz Omar still out in front. So see quite the gap here and quite the train of cars behind our resident UAE friend. Good friend of myself, good friend of the team, Aziz Omar.
Yeah, this guy is actually the anti-burnout driver. This guy does so many laps and like still sticks to it. So absolutely loves cutting laps. As Jared Richardson gets a 10-second penalty. So I'm going to assume that was something we might have missed, or something a bit further back, a bit later on in the lap. But that's really going to sting in one of these races where you don't get a pit stop to kind of reset and get back out on a fresh set of tyres to try and catch up some time.
Do you prefer your 15 seconds at the pit stop, or would you prefer a post race?
I think it really depends at like how it all comes to fruition. Like if say you have an accident and the person that you're racing like loses out really badly and you get the 15-second, I think maximizing it before the pit stop and pushing that set of tires to the limit and then getting on a fresh set of tires and kind of being able to settle back in is my preferred way. I know there's a lot of different ways to go about serving those pens or preference for pens, but personally how I like it. What about you, Ryan?
I prefer the pit stop pretty much every time. If I get a penalty like one lap after my pit stop, I'm pretty annoyed.
Yeah, I agree.
I love just a blank slate, and just I have to do the math in my head about where I might finish. Just got to worry about what's in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like that livery on McDowell. It's very RSR vibes. The Porsche Experience RSR, is that what it is?
Don't know.
Classic like Fassbender jobby.
But I do have a Lego model of the thing sitting right next to me, so
How does it compare?
pretty close. Pretty close.
And Nick Miller, leading AM at the moment, doing a fabulous job. Doing some pretty consistent, I think I saw 36. So, great on him. Keep sticking it to D. Nagel, who's 2 spots behind. Not too far, as there's a bit of contact with the fake RSR and Aziz Omar.
What's your rejoin?
Hold your brakes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow. Jeez.
He's
not listening.
Bit of a bum clencher moment there, and few cars did a very good job to avoid the contact, but that's not what we like to see. As we were just talking kind words, and now the livery's got a few scratches on it. And looking out front, these two have really started to run away with this from Luca Burst. So you can just see the gap behind, and Burst still has Barker and Weatherburn just tucks right in behind. So see how long he can hold those for as we have a look at the incident from before. Porsche got a great run there out of turn 8, I believe. But yeah, just tried to go for a bit of an opportunistic move and a bit over ambitious, I think, and wasn't able to really get it to stick.
Yeah, I think in that situation you're probably a bit too overzealous trying to get your nose in there as the turn-in point is kind of at the braking point there for the car ahead, so maybe a little bit too ambitious and a bit too far back, but you know, that's where these bounties and things will come into play.
Yeah, your opportunities are so few and far between around here, so I can understand it from that perspective where like you just see one little gap, one opportunity, and you know you might not see that opportunity again for 5-6 laps, and you know you didn't want to be kicking yourself, and if you feel like you're getting held up, you just got to go for it. But at the same time, you got to make sure you're doing this safely and being realistic about the braking performance of your car and the performance of yourself. And if you can't get the move done in a safe manner, then obviously for both parties, then it's not beneficial. So I'm sure the stewards will be having a look at that one as we speak, as Luca Giacomi crosses the line for a 35.5. So these guys, and that's not toe assisted, granted the toe's not particularly, you know, prevalent around here, but out in front, down 8/10 a gap, so really trying to break away from Connor Hines.
And they've got 4 seconds on Lucas as well.
Yeah, that's they're really starting to go.
You think maybe they're using a bit too much of their tyres too early? You think Lucas is thinking a bit later, and maybe when he gets to that 30-minute mark, then he starts to press on a little bit as Derek Nagle gets a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. So maybe someone thought they were being a bit cheeky, and they've got that slap on the wrist. See, I think the thing here for me is how he hits Aziz. You know, it's a send when you've hit not the car that you're in front, but he hits the car in front of the car that he's
no, that's so the braking zone, you can see where the Merc's got on the brakes, and
the Merc's kind of turned and broke at the same time, as I was mentioning. Yeah,
I think the Merc's kind of seen it coming and tried to cover it off. There is a little bit of rear contact. Granted, I don't think he was ever getting the car pulled up before the apex, but
he was a bit late to pull out. I think the Porsche, and then the colliding lines.
It's
wet and
just a slight bit of rear contact. That's all you really need in a position like that. But back to the task at hand, Barker's still hounding Burst. We saw Burst just earlier before, as we were discussing the incident. His rear just looks like it's just all a bit very unsettled. I assume would be running quite an aggressive setup to get the car around the track. Barker just has a little look down.
In the second to last corner, that's Hignett, I think, has binned it out of the second to last corner. He's a yellow flag there, so hopefully not a technical issue, but it looks like he might be moving again.
Oh, he's going again, so that's a very awkward spot to lose. It had to let a plethora of cars through. There was so much traffic, he just had to sit there. Good to see that nobody else got caught up in it. None of the other dots really slowed down, so may have been off the racing track, but
bit too much tip it in, maybe. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah,
he does do a good job of drifting. I know he does a lot of AC drifting, but I don't think his tyres are very happy maybe after those first few drifts, and unfortunately doesn't keep it out of the wall, and front damage and burnt tyres are not going to be very happy around 42 minutes of Zandvoort.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the Merc reacts to front damage in ACC. I know in iRacing it's a tank on the front end, so we took some pretty heavy damage all throughout the race for the Nürburgring 24-hour race, and it was still able to continue on like nothing happened. So see how it performs.
Some traffic.
Yeah, early traffic for these guys, and lovely just out of the way on the straight. Let the guys pass, don't want to impair the leaders.
Am I right in saying there's a enduro round here in a couple of rounds?
I believe you're right. Did that get dropped? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I thought Barcelona got dropped, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, one of the rounds got dropped. I thought it might have been this round.
Or
For-
was it Indy or some shit?
for- Valencia. Valencia.
Oh, no. Oh,
Valencia.
No, put that on the soundboard.
Oh, dude. That
So
one
Ryan
of the-
has just turned 18.
just then, just ticked
it
over.
just happened live.
That's Indy got dropped. There you go. Okay, so we still have the Zandvoort Enduro still.
What is it? 10 hours of Zandvoort? 8 hours of
It's not a
Zandvoort?
motor race, okay?
Valencia's 10, and then I think it's 8. It's 8 hours. So Zandvoort's next, and then we got 12 hours on Misano after that.
Oh, we love a cheeky midnight at Misano, don't we? Oh,
We do love a cheeky midnight of Misano.
These two are just going at it. It's a great job of Hind here. Maybe just holding on and looking after his tyres, not trying to force anything, and see what Luca's doing where.
Yeah, it really doesn't look like he's forcing the issue whatsoever. He's pretty happy with, 40 minutes to go still in this race. Just sitting behind Luca. Luca's obviously got the purple lap and a bit of pace behind him, so no point really. I mean, the gap's up to 6 seconds, so if you wanted to start having a look, if you feel like you've got a bit more pace in the car, start looking now. You've got a bit of room, you're not really going to be inviting any traffic behind, so something you can most certainly look at, but it doesn't look like he's particularly interested in it at this stage of the race. Just so we see Luca just have a little bit of a wobble through there, but nothing too major.
Yeah, I think he'll be playing that look after your tyres middle of the stint kind of jobby right now. Is he just missing that apex a little there? So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's trying to push or pushed a little bit too hard, a little too early. So these next 20 minutes are really going to be the big identifiers of who's done what early with their tyres. I think you'll usually in this patch see that stuff kind of start to drop off at that 40-minute mark.
Now, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Ferrari is one of the better, if not best, cars on tyres in the game, tyres and fuel. So pretty strong endurance car. So Ferrari's as well going to be able to carry much less fuel load, mind you, from the other cars around on circuit with the no-stop race. So that's good for them. Another thing working in their advantage. Lucas looks to defend. Yeah, just kind of happy just sitting out in front. Doesn't really want to sit behind. Connor. Just throws a little defend, and don't think Connor was really going to have a look anyway, but might have caught him by surprise. Sends it in deep there into turn 3 and gets a good run out down into turn 4, the fun part of the track. Don't know what they call it, but it's really like a roller coaster. This part of the track, it's just so up and down, and it's just got so much flow. It's actually just it is a really nice part of circuit.
I'll tell you what they call it. Rob Slottermarkerbocht. I mean, it only points out the last little corner of it, but it says Rob Slottermarkerbocht. I smashed that, I'm pretty sure.
I reckon that sounds so native.
I could be Max Verstappen.
269's around. That's a Ziz Omar down at turn 3. Just looks to got a bit out of sorts, it looks like. So he was sitting up pretty high at P9 or P10, wherever it was before, and is now down, dropping all the way down. He's had another spin, so down even further. He's going to drop out of the top 20. So something must have happened a bit earlier as well. Missed that one, not sure.
No, he was part of that send that we saw with that Porsche.
That's
earlier.
right. There was something that happened
Weird
earlier, but we
damage.
did see it.
Not sure how the Ferrari goes, if it has a paper mache rear end. There are a few Ferrari drivers in chat that might be able to help us out here. But Chris Taylor, the CJ Racing 17.7 Ferrari. Dylan McDowell drive through causing a lap. So that was the Porsche Experience livery we were hyping up earlier. That had a bit of a Sendiana Jones has copped a drive through. So have to serve that within 3 laps, I believe. So Stuart's doing a fabulous job. Chris Taylor on the back of Gibbo. Shout out to Gibbo. Shout out to Jan in chat also. Gibbo's #1 fan in the chat.
Shout out Jan. You love Jan.
Jan the OG. Been around, I think, since I've been in OOR. I'm always a very lovely person in chat. Always looking out for everyone. Always says hello. And is always here supporting OOR. So shout out to Jan in chat. Taylor getting a little bit closer to Gibbo here now too, so putting the pressure on that matte black Porsche up ahead. I swear we saw the liveries in the replay. Does it do that? Or is there some sort of issue?
There may be a bit of an issue. I'm sure. Most of these guys... Oh, we did see the replay.
Because we saw Pikachu.
Yeah, Yeah, okay.
Damn. Jealous.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, I was sure we saw the Pikachu livery earlier. You're right, and so, but fine. Don't need liveries to race. Maybe back to the old days of all.
When the supplied liveries, those were the days.
Supplied liveries.
Each team had its own livery.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Those were the days. That was my first season of Sprint.
Manufacturer, baby. Did we start the same time too? Oh, the PC's absolutely having an attack.
What was your car? What was your first car?
Honda.
Nice.
In rookies it was the Macca.
Nice.
And then I moved to the Honda, and then started sprints in the Honda. What about you?
Ferrari in rookies, and then I was Team Lamborghini. And I remember I was absolutely pooing my pants for my first sprint race. I was stressing out so hard. I was like, "Damn, this is the big times." I'm like driving around with the cool kids now, and I did alright for like what I was out, qualified around P20 I think, and it was at Imola. I think it was like midway through the season I started, and I absolutely cooked it through Equiminerale. I think it was like 3 or 4 laps in. Still remember it as the Pikachu livery is here.
So we do it. Maybe
What's
I think this
going
might
on?
be the other computer.
This may be the other computer. That's maybe what we saw. Hey.
I think he's doing a background job, to be honest. That sounds a bit suspect. I thought that was my cursor. Did anyone else try and just move their cursor? I've lost the plot. See, he's done it again. I think that's my cursor, but it's not.
No, it's not. Anyway,
But
back
fabulous
to the,
job, Mal.
back to the action at hand. Barker, I think after this race may be going down to his local EV games, buying a Switch and purchasing the new Pokemon game. So this is some pretty good advertising. I think Burst might be suspended 9 in.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah, sorry. Look,
Yeah,
I'm just
the
gonna
car
shut up.
behind.
I'm just gonna shut up.
Hey, you made me second guess myself. But some pretty good advertising going on here from Lucas Burst. You know, it's doing his bit. Maybe sponsored by Nintendo incoming. So but Barker being pretty disciplined. Where the Burn also just sitting with just behind them with the 10-second penalty, but an 8-second gap back to Gibbons. So he's obviously at the same time not really looking to force anything and lose any 3 of these guys' time. Really trying to stretch that gap. Looks like Burst has really settled into a groove. It's just lap after lap after lap, just think just like clockwork, this guy, and just doing the same thing. And I think these two behind are just happy just to tuck in and really reap the rewards.
Yeah, look, there is still so much time for movers and shakers, but like the front two, they've almost put 10 seconds on Burrs, and Duke Herman even put a little bit of it behind on the gap bus too. So maybe start to just to push a little bit more and try and open up. I know the toe isn't anything around here, but where's that Porsche? Oh, it's a track. Is it? Nope. The timing screen's just buggering us up. That is Nick Miller on the back of Bishop. Is Bishop a debutant? Is that why they're a silver?
I believe that's what that means. A class unassigned. So,
Okay.
Looking at where he's sitting now, he's looking at most certainly a top of Pro-Am, if not Pro look at this stage. P10, P11 even is as we see Miller just have a bit of a moment there through turn 10, and even bigger moment than we even saw from Kidman's POV. Just really had to let off and fix it up and save it from a massive spin. Just had to drop back. So
The 757 car is not having a fun time. I think this is the second lap in a row. I think they've had an off in the 2-3 section there. So hopefully everything's all right there. But Kidman's had a couple of consistent laps, is up a couple of spots as Bishop is eyeing off that top 10 position.
yeah, 757 still just stuck there at turn 3. Not sure if that's a disconnect, and we're going to see that dot.
Nope.
Move? No, it's just oh, that's hardware failure.
Nah, that's full lock into the wall, I reckon.
Do you think?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's going the other way now, yeah.
We're going. We are rocking and rolling.
Might have had a bit of a oopsie. But look at this. No, that is Weatherburn on the back of Barker. So these three still staying pretty close to Lucas.
Yeah, and the gap is stretching to Gibbons behind, so Weatherburn will be really loving to see that. You know, the gap was about 8.5 seconds, and now it's up to 9.3, so Weatherburn really benefiting from the pace of Burst ahead. Just looks to be stretching a bit. 5/10 gap between Burst and Barker.
Gibbons is in the pits. Is he? What's that?
No.
Oh no, that might have been McDowell behind.
No. Gibbons is
Well,
not
there's
in
a
the
Porsche
pits.
behind that went in the pits and it scared me. Don't mind me.
What are the commentators' favourite flavour of ice cream?
Mint choc chip, without a doubt.
Oh god.
Or
when I
Hokey
eat
Pokey,
ice cream,
close second.
I've really been a good boy. I've been cut out the sugars for the last since the start of the year. Like really watched what I was eating, so I haven't really had ice cream in a while. What did I like? I really like coffee ice cream. I just love coffee in general.
Top 3 picks. Mint choc chip. Hokey Pokey, close second. I think it's more of a New
Jesus.
Zealand ice cream, but Hokey Pokey. And then third, salted caramel. Salted caramel, anything goes hard.
Ooh, salted caramel does go hard. I love just coffee. I would say just love coffee. Like mocha or coffee ice cream goes hard. But just gonna gas myself up a bit. Glad to say I'm down about 15 kilos since the start of the year. So
Yeah, that's bloody stonking effort, mate. Are you still playing
yeah.
basketball too?
As we go back to the action, and Barker ahead just gets a little bit in the gravel, and Weatherburn's getting a little bit excited. But it looks like just has a bit of a slide, and it's really gonna open up for attack for Barker down into turn 1. Weatherburn's gonna have a look to the outside. He's gonna go deep on the brakes, but not deep enough. Gonna try to swoop around, maybe go the up and under, but no, just tucks back in behind it. Most crucially, though, Barker's not gonna have the toe assist from Burst in front, so that one mistake. Oh, it's Weatherburn gets all out of sorts again. So these two really starting to feel their pressure now, and Weatherburn, all that work that he's done from building that gap to Gibbons up to 9.6, the gap, and that's just going to disappear almost.
Yeah, they heard us talking about food and said, bugger this, we're going to bring back some action. So Jacob Weatherburn and Barker here are doing they might be starting to see the effect of pushing too much. I know even though the Ferrari is really good on tyres, I think Zandvoort could be one of those tracks that could be an exception on how long they last. But yeah, this is so exciting. And he actually didn't lose too much time to Gibbons. It looks like it's down to just over 8.5 seconds. So has 26 minutes to try and extend just that little bit more so they don't lose out. But we know Gibbo, we know he's got a little bit of pace. So he's going to stick it to him and try and cut down that gap so he can get one free spot.
Just answering a question really quickly in chat for Scoa. It's just a time preference. I do believe there's no, for Sprint Series, no tiered splits.
Yeah, that's correct.
Although there's like there are like unofficial, like quote unquote fast splits where like all the guys, all the fast guys might jump into. Like split yellow is, I think. Look, we're not surprising anybody when we're gonna say like split yellow is a lot faster than split purple, for instance.
It's purely time slot based, from what I understand. Like
it is purely time slot based. So a lot of those top guys, a lot of those top guys are gonna try to choose the same split so they can compete against, you know, like talent, I guess.
But I think yellow versus purple. Purple is a very late split for a good portion of the more usual suspects. That's maybe not the right word. Yeah, no, usual suspects. That makes sense. Oh, as we see a send from the car in the background that I think was giving up to the lap traffic, and now this has brought, I don't know, what's Justin going to do?
Yeah, this is very messy. Tom Maloney looks to the outside. That would have been audacious around there, but doesn't quite get it done. Gonna try to hook it back in through turn 3 and get a run. Is that blue flag traffic in front?
I don't think so.
No, it's not.
These
That's
guys were on
Nagel.
the same lap, but it looked like that Lamborghini was getting out of the way.
Yeah, not sure what was going on there, and just a lot of bobbing and weaving ahead, and yeah. Again, we've seen it a couple of times and saw it with Maloney just before, as, you know, these opportunities are coming and these guys are just getting very, like, now's the time, I got to do it now. And getting a bit excited and just losing it a bit.
I mean, as his team name says, it was kind of suboptimal. What happened there? But we move Nagel up to P14, so leading the AM class. Taken over from Nick Miller, who must have had a moment or something that we missed earlier, or did they get a penalty? Must have had a moment. But Nagel with the 10-second also, who is he's quite clear. Bercolini 21 seconds behind. Maloney, who is looking for the move on Justin Doom. He's going to send it. It's going to happen again.
Oh!
No!
Massive rear contact.
That's just some unfortunate, inconsistent braking marker there, or maybe not fully, just, I don't know. No words.
I'm sure that one's been called into the stewards, and they'll be having a swift and quick look at that one. The 66 of Nagel still struggling to get going at the exit turn 1, but back to the battle at hand with Taylor and Gibbons, and still going at it, that gap. So Weatherburn still, after that moment before, still managed to keep the gap at almost 10 seconds now, so still edging out over Gibbons. Gibbons now has Taylor behind and Hill behind him as we have another look. The Maloney incident before, just very, very deep on the brakes, and don't think was ever really going to get it pulled up.
Yeah, he might have been thinking of 2 for 1 there.
Have a look what's happened here. Just gets a bit off the apex of 1 and just Hill behind, but
flag ahead. Might
Blue flag ahead. That's Porsche. Can't quite see. 66 is around again from Nagel. The backside of the circuit. But these guys, yeah, Gibbons doing a pretty good job at defending so far. He's held this position for I think, almost the entirety of the race, and these guys behind just, pace has been pretty strong. They've dropped away from the guys behind. Done a very good job to keep it this way. Obviously facing some blue flag traffic ahead. Hoping he gets out of the way at the next straight. Really impeding yet at this stage, but he's most certainly being shown the blue. Runs a bit wide. Hope to see pull over here, but Taylor behind just kind of sitting pretty. Hill behind does have the 15-second penalty, so he's not going to be risking anything more. Looking back out front, G. Coman and Hind, last I saw with the split times, had about a 14-second gap back to burst. So those guys out ahead really still going at it. Hind now 2 seconds. That's one of the ways to let the blue flags through. Glad no one was harmed in that one then, but
they won pretty poor place to do it.
That's at least we all got through safely.
I think I should stop talking about the AM class leaders, because the last two that I've mentioned have either bended or had an accident. So, Minnie Sanders, you're up next, doing a great job there, leading the AM class in P17, and has a healthy buffer behind him of 20 seconds to Nagel plus a penalty. So, sorry in advance, Minnie. Hopefully you have a great 20 minutes here. Yeah, if anyone saw that blue flag, where he surrendered the positions, just erase that one. Give it the Men in Black memory wipe tool. That was suboptimal. As Taylor and Hill's just not give it up, even with that penalty. What do you do? What do you like to do in these situations, Greenie, where the car behind you has a 15-second penalty and he's all over your bumper? Do you think it's worth just letting them go, or are you hyper-focused on Gibbons up there?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. It's like a double-edged sword. I guess depends if Hill's got more pace. If you think that Hill's got more pace than Gibbons, then it might be beneficial tactically letting Hill through and kind of using him as a means to open up a hole for yourself if you can stay close with Hill behind. It does look like Hill's cornering speed in some spots is a lot slower than the Ferrari's. Ferrari seems to be more consistent over the duration of the lap. Gibbons is doing a good job ahead, just kind of sitting. Hasn't really thrown a defense at all. Just kind of doing his thing. I think he knows that Taylor's looking pretty happy to sit where he is. Hill's looking pretty racy behind, though, as we were saying. So that's something got to look at as well. But I guess the only reason you're thinking let Hill through here is if you think that he's got enough pace to get past Gibbons, then you could use Hill behind as a means to get past Gibbons, and then don't really have to worry about, Hill, something happening there, or if he's got more pace and he's trying to clear the gap to the 15 seconds. But as you said, like this part of the track, he's just seems to be dropping back a bit and seems pace a little bit all over the place. So it's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment.
Yeah, as always, and you kind of got to take a lot of these scenarios into consideration. Like, is it worth it pushing it and trying to get that on-track advantage, or just let these two guys ahead kind of just go at it?
So we're already only 17 minutes left in this one, so this has honestly gone past pretty quick. Haven't seen too many on-track overtakes, but there's still been a lot of close racing, and Lamborghini takes to the gravel again to get out of the way.
That's a way to do it. That's better than the last one.
Yeah, it is better. Yeah, I have to admit. So Lukagia coming ahead again, just up to a 3-second gap now. So he's really started to push and really started to bridge the gap behind. It's not, the gap's not going up exponentially per lap, so the pace isn't dramatic. As I say, that he goes up 0.3 in a sector.
Okay.
So, looking to, if he keeps his nose clean, he's out of the tow range, he'll be doing very, very good. To see at the win, 7:57 around at the top of the circuit. Not sure who that one is. Can't see it on the time
the same
sheet.
Lambo again, and they've parked
It's
it.
gone back to the pits. So
Weatherburn right on the caboose of Barker here. Now he's really giving it a go, but a 10-second penalty once again. What do you do? I think Barker's got the pace.
Yeah, they've been stretching away from Gibbons behind, and now Gibbons has Taylor to worry about as well. So there's a good chance that they're going to lose even more time behind, and their gap's going to get even greater. There's absolutely no reason for Weatherburn in this scenario. It's a completely different scenario, in my opinion. There's absolutely no reason for him to attack Barker ahead. He's not going to gain anything unless he can pull 10 seconds in the next 16 minutes, which I think he knows he can't do. I don't think, it's a really realistic scenario. So he hasn't really thrown. I think he's been pretty happy with the pace. He's seen the gap behind grow bit by bit. Be happy to see that. So very good tactical game by Weatherburn, just sitting behind, and
I mean, he's pulled the gap back to Gibbons too, so he really hasn't got too much to worry about in the grand scheme of things either.
No, absolutely not. At this point, it's just no risks. You just got to keep the same pace and finish it out strong. And as we said, with Taylor behind Gibbons, and maybe Gibbons throws a few defenses here and there and loses a bit of lap time doing that. So really no reason for Weatherburn to look to get past Barker, and Barker's pace has been good.
Yeah, it's fascinating how consistent these guys are around. Even coming up to the traffic now, they're doing a great job of what I thought the key part of this kind of race track event type setup with the no-stop 60-minute race. Doing well, looking after the tyres from what I could see. And I think the tricky key about this track is the grass and sand combo. Like, it's not like a lot of the bigger tracks with a lot of runoff in some of those higher speed, medium speed corners. When you run too far or push too hard on this track, it really bites you, especially in the grass and in the sand. So that's another big key thing around this joint.
Yeah, it's really only like a couple 100 meters away from beach. It's built on the dunes of the Zandvoort in North Holland. So it's, as you can see, like, there is a bit of grass. It looks like that, I don't know if anyone chats for, I'm from the Mornington Peninsula. It looks like down south where I'm from, like with the beaches there where you got the grass growing through the sand and you get that like kind of, don't even know how to explain it.
Big
Like,
knolly, sandy hills.
yeah, like, it's really almost tropical, like not tropical, but not even remotely tropical. It's hard to explain. I don't even know what to call it. I'm sure there's an environmental name for the type of terrain, but yeah, you see all the dunes on the side of the track, and it's especially, tumultuous if you stick to tires. It's like the whole track's just one big gravel trap almost.
Yeah, literally, and it's kind of something that's, I think it's a pretty British track kind of thing. I feel like in a modern day, and especially some of the American tracks, we're seeing more and more track extensions of concrete and things like that. So I know Laguna Seca has just had a big overhaul, mainly because
Yeah,
they
I
get a lot
saw
of...
that.
there's a car
Hello
facing the
there.
wrong way there.
Number
That's
6.
Number 6, who is Kilby. So is that going to help Bishop in his fight to get top 10 position here? What number is he? It is.
But
He's in P10. So Bishop up into P10 on his debut, hopefully. Hopefully it's their debut is what I mean. Or hopefully they stay in P10. As there's another accident, the A52 car. It's a number we can't see. Is that 852? Victor Cook.
952.
There's been something just before this.
He's trying to do a J-turn.
Oopsies. What's going to happen here? Wait, is that
Yep.
one of the leader cars?
I can see the...
I
Oh,
can't
it's,
see
is
the
that
time on my
Hind?
screen.
Yep, the mouse. I can see the mouse mullet.
Did you just cut back way too far?
Oh, it's Hind.
It
It is
was Hind.
Hind. It was Hind.
But he's still P2. I'm
So-
confused.
Yeah, but the gap back to Burst is usually Burst just go in the background, just going around turn 12. So, gee, did something happen?
There must
So we
have
saw
been
him obviously
some-
around. I'm not sure if there was contact though.
The unfortunate cut back to what the pass tool kind of cut us off a little bit there, but I'm going to guess there was some blue flag menacing going on as we jump
Have
on
a
board
look.
for what happened.
Is that
hopefully-
Omar in front? I
No,
believe.
that's Victor Cook.
Victor Cook, even? Yeah, I wasn't sure the livery. Oh! Do you see the blue flag just try to let him pass and just set on the racing line a little bit?
So he's gotten slowed up by this car in front, who I don't think, maybe he would be racing.
Oh,
but he's had a bit of a bonk there and then slowed to let the fast car
Yeah,
by,
that's-
and it's just not a great spot to pull over as you're really on the racing line. So
Yeah, that's just not a great spot, especially with turn 3 being such a deep one. You can really run high and let the car through on the inside. Very dangerous move to let blue flags through just by jamming on the brakes, especially in a spot like that. It was not exactly on the racing line, but it was close enough. Cars do run wide out there, so not what you'd like to see. I'm sure. Luckily, Hind didn't drop any positions. I'm sure he would have loved to fight for the lead. He wasn't, completely out of range of Luca in front. It was only 3 seconds or so.
no, I think Hind was very lucky. It was much later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. If something happened to Luca in front, he was absolutely in range to capitalize. But
As he's getting in a tricky spot again, and he's going to go juning out there in his Ferrari.
expensive tuner.
Yeah, I
don't know if it's tuned for that though.
Paul Cranich, 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 21. So that, I think he's in a BMW. He is. So I think that could have been the BMW that Victor Cook was on the back of in that whole schmozzle there. And I think a big key was it looked like Victor Cook really slammed on his brakes. So that's another thing. When you slam on your brakes, especially in that low speed stuff, you catch up so quickly. So you gotta ease off the throttle, find yourself maybe even on the marbles, and let the car through on the driving line as he cops a drive through for that cluster. Yes.
So Tom Maloney as well, who were just riding on board with the 15-second penalty at this stage, that will bump him down to P14, definitely in range from Do behind. It's a Do or Do we reckon?
I reckon it's Do.
We'll go with Do. In range from Do behind the gap to Kilby. It's very close. 9 seconds to Do and then 6 seconds back to Kilby. So Kilby's almost on the cusp of the 15-second. It's very, very close. So we'll see.
No relation to Scooby, by the way.
No relation to Scooby. We'll see if Kilby can get the hammer down and get himself within that range, and saying that he just has dropped a little bit more time to do in front. So sure, he's well aware at this stage. Maloney's just picked up a penalty, and we'll see if that Mercedes has any more gas in the tank, much more junk in the trunk, if you will, to eke out the last little bit of lap time.
Doesn't look like he's copped too much damage either, Hind, by the look of his car. I know he kind of rolled into the barrier, but maybe he got pretty lucky with a bit more side than rear damage. And back on with Maloney. Bit of wheel work here in the middle sector, so maybe seeing a bit of tyre sadness coming into the last 8 minutes of split green here.
Yeah, he will also be carrying a little bit of front end damage from that incident he had before. The impact that he picked up the penalty for wasn't awfully great, that incident at turn 1 where he just shot long at the braking zone, but I will suffer a little bit. I can't imagine it's doing too much to the lap time, maybe a half a tenth a lap, but that will compound and add up over time. Do 8 seconds the gap and 8 seconds the gap, so about 16 and a half seconds the gap back to Kilby. So at this stage, Maloney only going to drop the 1 spot. Don't think it'd be very, very impressive if he was to eke out the 15 seconds in the last closing stage of the race. Obviously, ahead still has Vetiner. He can do it, but
I think it's Vintner.
Vintner.
A couple of N's in there, you were kind of just skimming over.
So same thing with Hill. It's just, and who Hill does have now cleared that 15-second gap behind, so he won't drop any positions. Weatherburn won't drop any positions from his penalties. So just like the situation we were talking about before is, as he goes for the move, his door was left open and he did get it pulled up nicely to the apex. They're going to run side by side down into turn 10. Try to hang it around the outside, just try to loop it back onto. Thought he was going to look for it, but Vetener just hugging the apex and really not allowing much room for the switchback. They're going to be too far back for a move down into turn 11 and 12. But as I was saying earlier, it's one of those spots, that backside of the circuit, where he's sweeping out wide. Vetener gets a bit wide on the exit of 12. It's going to cost him through turn 13. Maloney gets all out of sorts through there, and that's going to cost him even greater down through turn 14 and onto the home stretch. So, a bit of side-by-side racing, and you see these cars just really struggling in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, I think one of those situations for Maloney, as there's a moment for Barker in front and Weatherburn gets through.
Whoa!
And we've been Lance Stroll. As we see him come into 8, I think that's turn 8, and he might have a bit of a moment on entry with this blue flag in front. Probably just looking. I think they call that target fixation in the big world. And just got caught out, and Weatherburn took advantage of it.
Did absolutely take advantage of it. In the grand scheme of things, though, unfortunately, it won't matter too much for Barker. He's going to get the position straight back via time penalties. So Weatherburn can just kind of run a little bit, try to really get the gap even further back to Gibbons. But Barker, I don't think, unless they're just going to race for the fun of it, really going to risk attacking and picking up a penalty himself. Closing stages of the race, it was one of those, like, don't think Weatherburn was really going to look for a move, but I mean, in that situation where your opponent in front gets all out of sorts, I mean, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
He's not backing out though, Barker, and there's so many of these similar scenarios going on here of drivers paired with a driver or racing with the driver that's got a penalty. It's like, is it really worth it to push it and get either one for yourself or let something happen and it just unfold and it kind of just get worse, especially with 4 minutes to go? I don't know.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason at this stage for Barker to really do anything. So he's not the one with the penalty. He's not in any risk behind. He's not going to lose 12 seconds in 3.5 minutes. So just kind of he'll be happy just to sit here, pick up P4. You know, they're not really challenging bursts ahead. They're not under threat behind. So absolutely no reason to risk a penalty.
No, Bishop's had a moment in turn 1-2, I'm pretty sure, that lap, and he's dropped to 14. I think we just missed that, but I got to stop talking about people and their positions in class. That's 3 tonight. I think 3 strikes and I'm out. Is that how it works?
I think you're out. I think you're done. See you later, mate.
You've had enough tonight, mate. Getting muted. Thank you.
So as we right on board with this Kidman and Vintner battle, Maloney behind does sit in there with his 15-second penalty. Vintner runs a little bit wide. Maloney's just sitting, just going to sit here, I think. Doesn't really want to get in on this action too much. Vintner's looked close in a couple of points, but just hasn't really had the drag of the runs to get alongside Kidman ahead and really challenge for that last position in the top 10. Wow, he's gone very deep on the brakes into turn 1 though, Jesus, and he's almost collected the back of Kidman, lucky not to make contact.
Kidman has just made a diamond.
Gee, Vincent is really pushing. You see how much he closed up there through turn 3. The braking zone, all over the curb. He's really going for it. 2 minutes left. He's, going to give it everything. Careful not to over push the car though. This is one of the tracks where the walls are quite close, and there's once you go off, it's destination Barry.
Barry, yeah. Yes.
You head straight over to Barry's house.
And Tom Maloney's not backing out here either. He's right on the back of Vintner.
Yeah, he's most certainly not going to want to be dropping too much time. Just seen Bishop. I mean, Bishop was ahead, but he is going to get a position back off Maloney at this stage. Kilby is still too far back to benefit off that 15-second time penalty. Vintner having a look and another look again. So really, really all over the back of Kidman at this stage. Should be where Burst is on track. 1 minute left. Maybe 2 laps left in this one. We'll have to see where he is in the next 60 seconds. He has a look up the inside and he's going to get it done. So Kidman, I'm not sure what happened there. Just came off the apex a little bit. He's running low on fuel, and as I say, he's really just dropped back quite a long way. Maloney's going to look, but no, think better of it. Get a nice sweeping run through turn 1, but not sure what happened. Vincent just saw a little bit of a gap there through turn 14 and was just really, really able to jam it up on the apex, and very hard spot, almost impossible to fight around the outside there. It almost looked like he conceded the position from that point of view.
Yeah, a little bit. And I think if you're Tom Maloney here, you just got to be very careful. This will be their second to last lap as Chris Clark, gets another penalty. He's been absolutely stomped with penalties tonight.
Jane Kidman, you see, he's just dropped right off the back of Vintner completely as the Lamborghini ahead just really starts to run away with this. I did say Burst before we're crossing the line. Yeah. I was meant to say Luca Giacomin. I don't know what I was talking about, but
yeah, it's close enough.
I noticed it after I said it, but there was other stuff going on screen.
I wasn't going to call you out. I picked up what you were putting down. Giacomin, has to be said, has had a very consistent night. Did probably get surprised by the Nissan off the line of Burrs, but the two Ferraris that have been ahead for the other 50 minutes have done a stonkingly consistent and clean lap. Obviously, Hine getting caught in some unfortunate traffic a few laps ago and maybe copying a little bit of rear damage. I must say they've both done a fabulous job of being consistent and clean tonight.
So as we see Luca Giacomin just crossing the line now, so he's going to take the win for round 6 of your OWA Sprint Series here at Circuit Zandvoort. So very well done. That gap to Luca Burst, who was starting on the second row of the grid. Absolutely mammoth with Connor Hind coming across the line. He's going to pick himself up P2 in this race. So good result considering he had the incident. Luca Burst looks like the Nissan. I think that's the best result he could have got out of this one for the Nissan P3. Tires and the race pace in this car just kind of drop off a cliff over the next few laps. Weatherbird's going to cross the line in P4, but we'll get demoted to P5. So Barker P4 and Weatherburn P5. Gibbons is going to be next across the line. 2-second gap. Hello there. There's Hills.
Oh no, that's Hill. Sorry.
Hill. He has got across the line ahead. I hope that hasn't cost him too much in the old time penalty area.
He'll go to 13th, I think.
So we'll see how that one moves and shakes. Vincent, if we saw that, is Matterford now. Gee, is this Aston Martin just completely dropped off? But normally would have been a good run for Vintner, but unfortunately going to be saved by the checkered flag. Matterford is.
Jesus. And Bishop, the debutant, fantastic job though. You'll get at least P12, maybe P11, depending on how much. No,
No. Just P12.
That's
So
not good.
P12 for Bishop on debut. That's a great job on debut. Only the one incident for that race. She would have finished well in the top 10 otherwise. So great debut there. I'm sure he's very, very happy with that one. So as you run through your top of the class for each class, Luca G. Coman taking out your round win and fastest lap of the race. Connor Hind in P2, followed by Lucas Burse in P3. Barker and Weatherburn for your 4 and 5. Looking over to the Pro-Am, we've got Taylor, Hill, and Manafort as your podium positions, followed by Kidman and Doe. Finish out the top 5. We've got Sanders, Miller, and Nagel for your Am class, followed by the man of the hour.
Class win.
The class win, but the only man in it, but a great overall result for Mr. Bishop in your silver class.
That was a pretty good race. A surprising lack of talk about food. That's a first for me. And you heard me trying to start talking about ice cream flavors and getting stuck in. So
Oh, I know.
thanks for having me,
It
Ryan.
was rude. The
Thanks for looking
temptations
after
were
me.
flowing. At Midnight Madness time, yeah, I know. Make sure someone asks, oh, Tom Maloney's not doing it. And I was going, you got to get Tom Maloney's Midnight Manifest normally, but not this time.
Thanks for having me, chat. Thanks for having me, Mull. I hope Split Purple is just as enjoyable, and I'll see you all on track tomorrow night.
Thanks, chat. Pleasure as always. We'll see you next week.
I just wanna hold you. I just wanna look into your eyes and tell you that I want you. You know you make me feel so alive. Can't stop thinking about you day and night. Love it when you kiss me, love it when we touch. Every time I'm down, yeah, you make me smile. You're the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. Everything I needed. Never thought I'd meet someone like you. You know you are the reason. The reason why I feel like I can fly. Thinking about you day and night. I love it when you kiss me, love it when we touch. Every time I'm down, yeah, you make me smile. You're the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire. Every time we touch, we get something more than fire, more than fire. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire, I desire. Every time we touch, we get something more than fire, more than fire. I just wanna look into your eyes. You know you make me feel like I'm alive. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. I wanna hold your hand, you're everything that I desire. Every time we touch, we get something more than fire,
Oh, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Split Purple at Zandvoort Race 6, where front left tyres go to die. I'm Jason Leonard Scott, and I'm joined in the booth by the man who's just won the Pro-Am race in Split Green, Chris Taylor. Welcome in, mate.
Thank you very much, GLS. Yeah, it's a really fun track to do laps at. Very sweaty, very sweaty.
You're doing a fair bit of tailing of old Gibbo there, so you must be going okay if you can keep times with Gibbo. He's pretty slick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe a little bit of the Ferrari advantage here, but that was a really fun race. Very clean racing, I think, between the two of us.
All right, so we turn our attention to Split Purple, a split that I've been racing in and up until this week. So, stepped away for a couple of reasons, but fairly familiar with these, with most of these cars. So, obviously, Stefano will be right up there, and we noticed in chat before. A few questions being asked. Will John finish a race? Now, John's moved over to this split a couple of rounds ago, but has had absolutely no luck. So it'll be interesting to see who pops their head up. I mean, Strelnikov's obviously very quick as well. So who do you think, Chris? What are your ideas?
My money's on Taufik. He's had quite a few good races so far this season, and even as a Pro-Am, I think he might be a little dark horse for pole here.
Well, it's an interesting one. So, pole in your split was around the 34s, if I'm correct.
35, I think Hindy put in. I'm
Okay.
not sure what Jockman's time was, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Pretty slick. So we'll be probably expecting something similar from these drivers. There's less Ferraris in this split than the previous one, but a lot more Lambos, which might be a good mix. I think it's a pretty even spread across the field of, including the one Nissan. And if George can run as well as Lucas does, he'll be very, very happy. I would have thought.
I think you could say that at just about every round. If you can go anywhere near Burrs, you're doing well.
As we see a poll up in chat, will John Sonicus finish this race? It's only 60-40 at this stage, so I think John might actually take those odds, the way things have been going for him this season.
The chips are going to fall your way one day, John. I swear to God.
He probably is listening and driving, qualifying at the same time. But, as we follow Brad Cook around, so Brad's probably one of the first ones out. Maybe not. Maybe second one out on his hot lap. See how he goes with his first live hot lap.
Certainly looked pretty clean from what we've seen. Porsche is not too bad here in the right hands, and Brad is definitely one of the quicker Porsche drivers out there.
Indeed. I'm just looking down the list, and Lewis Kugeley has been very competitive. I think he even won. It might have been Pro-Am last season in one of the splits, so certainly can't count him out as well tonight.
Absolutely, and he was probably the quickest driver in the Pro-Am finals, just got a bit unlucky some of the time, so it was a lot of fun racing against him, and hopefully he does well here tonight.
He is in the Aston, though, and God love the Aston, it's not been the beneficiary of a whole lot of good luck since 1.9, so he might be pushing the proverbial uphill, but he is very, very fast. So, we'll just see how he goes. We've got Stefano with a 135.5 banker. It's pretty slick for a banker, but probably expect him to get into the 34s, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think the times are certainly going to improve after the bankers here. See, the track temperature is quite low, so they should be in for some really quick times tonight.
Yeah, indeed. Did you find it evolved much over qualifying, or did it stay pretty much the same?
Yeah, I think it started fast when we started our qualifying, so it definitely dropped quite a bit by the end of the session, for sure.
Right, as we have been keeping an eye on Brad again in his Porsche, so just took a little bit of curb there, not too much though. It shouldn't affect his lap too much. So we flick it over to the man of the moment, John Sonicus, in his 555 Lamborghini. He's significantly up, and he's looking at a 35 low, which is not a bad banker.
35.2, yeah, that'll do ya.
That'll do. He starts to get warmed up into his work with about 10 minutes to go. Probably still I'm guessing potentially 6 laps at least, if he wants to run the whole thing and not do a couple of stints.
Yeah, absolutely. I found the quickest laps for me were at lap 3. Lap 4, their sort of tyres sort of dropped off a little bit, so we'll see how long these drives go tonight.
How did you find the tyres over the 60 minutes? I mean, this is a very abrasive circuit, particularly on the front left. How'd they hold up for you?
The rears went on me in the last 10 minutes, but it was very manageable. For the first 40 odd minutes, it was sort of wore off at the same pace that I gained by burning off the fuel, so it wasn't too bad in the Ferrari. We'll see how it is with the Porsche and the Lambo tonight.
Well, it's good to see John's luck is continuing. He's actually done exactly the same time as Brad Cook. He just did it about 10 seconds after Brad did, so John's P2. So surely his luck will change at some stage. Although, if we keep talking about it, we will probably commentate a curse it, so we might just park John's luck for a little bit.
I think he's had enough curses this year. We'll try and avoid cursing him again tonight.
And we could go for the reverse mojo and just keep talking him up, and hopefully it doesn't happen for him. But anyway, as we see Brendan Pauly now with a very nice livery on his Lambo.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the cars that have a lot of like the lighter colours. They seem to bring out the shape of the car a lot more. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, the dark bonnets, particularly in the Lambo, I think the features tend to disappear a little. As you say, they get a little bit lost. But it's the odd little splash of colour on the front there, and highlights the vents, I suppose. And it's got a nice little orange on the right, blue on the left, kind of highlight going there as well. It's quite nice. As we flick across to Alex Tonkin.
In a very purple Mercedes.
Yes, it's very purple. And Denis Strelnikov now in hexagons or just random shapes on that Ferrari. It's an interesting look.
Bit of the digital camouflage.
Maybe that's it, exactly. Running some new upgrades on there that he doesn't want everybody else to see, obviously.
Yes, yep.
As John has put it on pole with a 35 flat.
Certainly not a bad time. It's definitely quicker than I went through in qualifying just before, but I think there's still more time here for both Cook, Raschuti and Senekis.
Yeah, I think there's probably a good 0.3, 0.4 at least, I would have thought, as that's an interesting line from Dennis.
Still plenty of time for him to go out for another run.
Yeah, I'll head out now. He might get 5 laps in, potentially, if he gets out in a hurry. So an out and 4 is... Page is saying Lucas Keys asked him to curse him today, so hopefully he crashes 9 times. I don't think that's probably the best case scenario there, Page. 9 might be just a little bit over the top. Then again, it is split purple, so you never quite know.
Yeah, the late night certainly brings out the mistakes in a lot of people.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, obviously it opens up OOR to a different part of the APAC region, I guess. So probably more designed for the South Asian region to bring in some drivers from there, and it certainly has done. And obviously Western Australia and a couple of hours behind this time of year, so a 10:30 starts, an 8:30 start there, which should suit people a lot more than trying to get in for a 5:30 start local time.
Yeah, I guess I, like most of Australia, forget about left Australia all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I won't go there. That's fine. Pure evil, Justin. Yeah. Oh, you meant on lap 1, Peach? Right. Okay. So speaking of opening up opportunities, if we've got the good opportunity maybe to talk about the GT3 series that's coming up in association with Motorsports Australia. So, perfect timing as usual. GT3 Cup in partnership with Motorsports Australia coming up soon. Sign up is available on the Octane Online Racing website. There's your details there. I'll let you have a read of those. So we have that, and we also have the Sprint and Rookie Series for next season are open for nominations as well. So head on over to the Octane Online Racing website and sign up. Everybody is welcome.
Absolutely, and I think with the format we're aiming for the GT3 Cup, there's something there for everyone. So if you're a little bit worried that you might not have the pace, jump in and you'll find something there. The best way to get better is to race against the best, and that's what you'll be doing here.
Absolutely right. There's it's been said earlier on in the night, and some chat earlier on through the through Split Green, that you'll always find somebody that you're competing with, even if you may not be competing for the win. You'll always find someone that you're competing with, and you'll have a great battle. Over the whole series, with one or two drivers that are at the same level as you, and the amount of growth that you'll get in a very short amount of time, and the amount of it's easy to say that people can be fast hot lap drivers, but the skill here is to be able to drive in a field, and you'll certainly learn that very quickly in our splits and our series here. So I encourage everybody to join in and have a go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of the racecraft you see here is definitely better than I've seen anywhere else. So get amongst it and have fun.
And if we're talking about racecraft, I don't think Jake was exactly happy with what was going on there. But regardless, we'll head on as we're catching a bit of a replay here. That was a little tail lose and then yeet. Okay, so
shortcut to the pits. Yep.
It's a way to do it. So John's still sitting nicely there in his 135 flat. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunately for Brad, yeah.
Yeah, so he'll have to reset and try and refocus with the 2 laps left that he'll have. Maybe calm the tyres down a little bit for the rest of this lap, get them back in the zone, and fire up for these last 2. Stefano goes up to P2. Very nicely done.
Very close up the top there. Is just 2 tenths separating the top 4.
It has been a very, very even split at the top end, all the way through split purple. So, it wouldn't surprise if anyone, as we were talking about before, anyone of 5 or 6 drivers won tonight. It has been a little bit of a case of survival of the fittest. There's been a few races been handed away through mistakes and unfortunate goings on, but this is a track where if you get in front and you can get a little bit of a lead, you should be able to sit reasonably pretty.
Yeah, very hard track to pass. You really need the car in front to make a mistake, to make any sort of move here.
Daniel, if seats are available for next week, you can try, mate. Send a request to join the OOR Discord if you haven't already, and you'll find a link through there, and also on the website to send a message to Malik, or Neil Alexander as he goes by as well. So he'll be able to answer that for you. As quali is winding down to the last minute and a half or so, and got Stefano is about 3 tenths up, which will put him below that magic 135s into the 134s. He's got to get through the interesting chicane. I won't repeat what it was called in Split Yellow, but anyway.
I think the most accurate name for a corner I've ever heard.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very divisive track. You love it or you hate it. I'm on the side of the people that don't particularly like it. In fact, I think Sector 1 is fine. Sector 2, I think, is up there with the worst sectors in the entire game. And Sector 3 is okay. But, Sector 2 is just... I don't know if it's the way I drive or whatever it is. I just do not like it at all. Sector 1 is fine up till about here, and then it just turns to a bit of, ordinary for me. But I know plenty of people that love it, but I'm not one.
It's definitely the kind of track where if you make a mistake one corner, it sort of flows through for almost a full sector.
Yeah, and being an AM driver, making a mistake on one corner per lap is pretty much a given.
Yeah.
So it's the difference between running a high 35 and a low 37 a lot of the times.
It's found a bit more time here, so we might be looking for even more of an improvement.
It's looking like it, isn't it? It's looking like he's nudging back down into the 34.6s perhaps. It's a difficult corner to get right, that one. So easy to scrub time off.
Absolutely. looks clean, but it's hard to tell how much they're getting those little micro slides. And yeah, as we see there, he's dropped a bit of time.
Yeah, it's through everybody's favourite chicane. And we have Cook and Sonicus in the pit, so they've obviously given up qualifying. So Stefano will be on pole unless Mohammed throws in something ridiculous, which Mayan, which he has not done. Maybe the top 3 or 4 may stay as they are. And Keys is 0.2 up at 35.3. And there goes the commentator curse. Apologies,
Almost
Lucas.
an idiot.
Oh, well, there you go, Peach. There's one of your 9. One of your 9 curses. So he's only got 8 to go. As Fahad Ghafoor pulls off to the side as well. We might be just about done here. 2 or 3 cars left.
2 cars still on a valid lap at the moment. 1 car. Can we curse another one?
I mean, it's probably a good opportunity, even though there's no pit stops here, but if you had to do one through damage, it mightn't be a bad idea to come in and practice one. As we see Joven try and do that, and we flick over to sit up on the grid. So if we check out the starting positions, we'll have Stefano Raschuti on pole from Brad Cook, John Sonicus, Moyan Tawfiq, Jake Brown. We have Ray Smith, Joven Lee, Alex Tonkin, and Dennis Strelnikov in our top 10.
Good mix of pro-ams up there. You love to see it.
Great mix. Any surprises there for you, Chris?
I wouldn't say so. No, I think looking at the points table before I jumped in here, it seems like a lot of the pro-ams are very competitive this split. So, yeah.
It is an extremely pro-am heavy split. As you can see, there's only, 7 pros in there. And Kugeley maybe down in 17th is a little bit of a surprise for me. But, yeah, it's a very, very strong pro-am field, and it's super competitive. As you said before, I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see Moyan at the pointy end. Even somebody like Pete Viney, he hasn't qualified well in the Merc in P18, but he is very, very good race driver. He will just keep it in a straight line and defend like crazy. But yeah, he's a little bit of a surprise down there. He has been quite often at the pointy end of Pro-Am in this split. So yeah, we'll just have to see how it all unfolds over the next hour or so.
Certainly a race I think that we're going to see a few mistakes, just little ones, but that can often cost you a couple of positions here if you're in a big battle pack.
Yes, the priority one's got to be get around turn 1, I think. And even turn 3, the second hairpin, if you like, the really cambered corner, left-hander, that sets up the whole of that. Well, like what they were calling before the not straight back straight. That is pretty important there. If you get bogged down or get out of position, you could lose half a dozen places on an early lap very quickly there.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't envy the Aston drivers coming out of that hairpin, that's for sure.
Of which I think there is only one, and he's back in P17. So if you can hold station through the first lap in the Aston, it should be okay. But I don't know what the new Mac is like off the line, but it's the old one was reasonably handy, and obviously the Merc can have its moments as well. But if Fowler has a similar start to Burst, he'll probably pick up about eight spots.
Yeah.
As we just not sure if we've got a safety car in the field tonight, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens if the drivers head off or they actually hold. We do. Here comes the safety car for us. Lead us round on our parade lap.
Beautiful Bentley doing what it should be doing, leading the race.
Haven't seen any safety car shenanigans for a little while, so be interesting to see if if we have no TC or manage to spin the safety car or hit the ignition button and switch it off. All things that some very, very very clever and cluey OOR drivers have done in the safety car before.
Yeah, I'm glad to see no one's driving the safety car with a keyboard this season, from what I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been done before, to varying degrees of success. It's always fun to go on board from cockpit view and see somebody drive with a controller or a pad or even a keyboard and mouse. So it's we'll certainly get the cat amongst the pigeons. Yeah, 27's not bad, Peach. I think Split Purple actually might have had the best attendance for the M2 series a couple of weeks ago, or the M2 spec race. It was a little bit down last week at Mount Panorama, but yeah, it didn't stop lots of door banging, but be that as it may, it's been pretty good for Purple. We had 1 week where it was not great, but yeah, pretty good.
Probably see the field go double file just after they come through this hairpin. Starting to close up the gaps at the back, you love to see it.
Indeed you do. We know that the Stewart team will be right on top of start speeds and positions, out of positions. So plenty of time here to catch it up, particularly after that last chicane. So we'll be bunching up now. Safety car will wave goodbye to the field, and it'll be in control of Stefano and Brad, just to bring it up to the start finish line for the green flags at 80 k's an hour.
And off goes the Bentley for hopefully the last time this evening.
56% of people believe John will finish the race. Well, here we go. We'll find out very shortly as Stefano and Brad bring the field up to the green flag, and we'll be off any minute. Away we go now.
It's like a pretty even start.
We have a Porsche rubbing the wall up on the inside. See if we can negotiate turn one. Not too bad. A little bit of side-by-side action up the front. You'll love to see it. Good hard racing.
Might have got through for the lead.
Brad has, with Stefano behind. John Sonicus in third. And Moyen in fourth. So reasonably settled. We've got some yellow flag action at the back. And have we got a safety car? Indeed we do. So a bit of sadness ensued at the back, obviously. We'll get a replay of that very shortly, but just gives the opportunity for drivers to catch up. Maybe do a pit if they need to, but yeah, it's often a thing, and we haven't had anybody teleport, which is a good thing. We've only got the safety car in the pits at this stage, so we'll just see how it looks for everybody. They seem to have bunched up reasonably quickly.
Yeah, I don't see any stragglers off the back of the pack at all.
No, so I'm not sure where they will let the field go with the new safety car, virtual safety car rules for this season. The race director can let the field go at a given point. I'm not sure whether it would be after this corner perhaps, or maybe better to wait for the start-finish line potentially.
It can help with the concertina effect at the back. If you're not expecting the race start, you can often see some incidents if you go a bit early.
Indeed. So we're definitely not going here, so my guess it's going to be the start-finish line. Everybody's caught up, so there's nobody struggling at the back. So, yeah, it would appear as though, we haven't got any advice yet, but that the safety car might end when we get to the start-finish line. Of course, drivers have to be really careful that, here we go, safety cars come in. They've got to be really careful they don't actually overtake until they cross the start-finish line. Just because it goes green doesn't mean you can actually go and overtake somebody. You have to wait until you cross the start-finish line, which can catch a few people out.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we saw Pete Viney in the Pro Am finals last year make up 6 or 7 places just by timing it right at the start-finish line.
Absolutely, he did, as we're back to live. And Brad has got a very nice jump there. Got a little bit of side-by-side through turn one, but nothing too major, as Jake managed to negotiate that.
It does look to be a cleaner second start as we get through the first corner for the whole field. Yes, no yellow flags.
Yep, so far so good. If we can just negotiate this, what's now the second lap, I suppose, and everybody gets to get a little bit more space. The difference between 0.4 of a second and 0.15 of a second ahead of you is massive. So just let everybody settle, catch their breath, and set themselves for the next 56.5 minutes.
Absolutely, it's really important with these new tyre models to really ease the tyres up into temperature and take too much out too early.
Joven is having a little look at Ray ahead. Nothing too major yet. I think, as you say, just ease those tyres in. Don't want to grain them up too much early, and they do have to last the 60 minutes here. Well, they don't have to. You can pit, but if you pit, most chances over pretty much. There's a send up the right-hand side, and there's a spin. And split purple. And please don't fly through there at 1,000,000 miles an hour, everybody. And rejoins are fun. Anyway.
Absolutely, just soul-crushing watching the whole field go past there, but it's what you got to do, otherwise you just cause another incident.
And I mean, yeah, if you're the innocent victim of a send like that appeared to be, and I don't want to prejudge anything, then you kind of have to cop your medicine, as sour as it might taste, but you don't want to get yourself a penalty by rejoining really badly and having to do a drive-through or worse.
No, absolutely.
So you can see Stefano and Brad getting quite racy, as we would expect for the lead. A few little gaps here. We have a look at the start again, or are we looking at restart?
This looks like the
This will be
original
start. Who are we focusing on here? Okay, not advisable.
Yep, I can see why they called the safety car.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I can also see why everybody punted straight there. By everybody, kind of didn't drop back too far.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of, I don't know, maybe some overtaking, perhaps. But yeah, you've got to be a little bit careful when cars are off track as well. So leave that in the very capable hands of the stewards team to sort out. They do a great job in purple, and can speak firsthand for the job they've done. It's been really tough at times, but yeah, they've done a great job so far to sort out a few messy situations in this split. Be that as it may, we've got Brad just holding that lead, extending a little bit out to nearly a half a second, no, a bit of quarter of a second. So
bit of a battle pack forming for the lead. This is the top four all pretty close together, which you love to see. Hopefully that'll stick around for the whole race.
Yeah, a good mix of manufacturers as well. But the Porsche with the two Lambos, and then the Ferrari. They're all good in different areas around this track. So you can obviously see the two Lambos are catching the Porsche very quickly down the main straight. But Porsche is pretty good around the bendy bits.
Yeah, and coming out of the slow corners as well, the acceleration on the Porsche is pretty top end.
So if we do a check-in on George Fowler in the Nissan, he did make a great start. He came up from about P19 or 20 up to P13, so he may have been assisted by some shenanigans, but he certainly made a verse-like start, at least.
Yeah, great stuff from Fowler there. Half the battle is just keeping it clean, so he's done well.
Yeah, it's kind of 2 tracks in a row for that kind of thing, isn't it? Coming from Bathurst to here, it's, Bathurst obviously keep it off the walls. Here it's keep it off the sand.
Absolutely.
If you can do that, you're going to make a lot of places up, as we can see already. I mean, Kugel's from 17 to 8.
That is insane, yep.
Huge improver. Viney's from 18 to 11. There's been some big moves in the first couple of laps already, so a couple of those drivers we thought might have qualified a bit further back than we would have expected are really making a run early.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of time left in the race too, so certainly plenty of time for them to move further up. See, Stefano's just not quite close enough there in turn 1. You've got to get quite a bit of overlap to actually make the overtake happen as well.
Yeah, he's going to be a little frustrated, and he is a very consistent driver, Stefano, and he's very courteous in my experience. So he won't do anything silly. He'll wait for his opportunity, but when it comes, he will go for it. But yeah, he's not one of these guys that'll throw the nose in, you know, cop a 10-second penalty and figure, oh, you know, I'll just win the race by 12 seconds, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the way he goes about things. So yeah, he will have a go when it's there, but he's very, very respectful, generally speaking. Riding along with Ray Smith here in the Fezzer, so trying to catch up to Jake Brown and bridge that gap over to that little battle pack.
Yeah, some gaps starting to form here, but it's hard to tell if it's just everyone just getting used to everybody else's pace, or even if it's best there to avoid any contact.
Yeah, it's very prone to the old cork in the bottle kind of positions where you get someone who's, you know, half a second slower than the car in front, but you've got 3 or 4 cars behind that are, you know, a quarter of a second faster. You just cannot get past, so you just have to sit there and wait and wait and wait and wait. It's very much test your patience, this track.
Absolutely, yeah.
As you can see, Smith has caught up to the back of this pack now, so welcome to the battle for P1. Ray, wish you luck with it, but yeah, doing a good job.
Just after we cursed him.
Oh, George. Yeah, well, commentator Curse is alive and well. He dropped back particularly far. Not really. So we look at the 433 of... who is that? Is that Iron? Oh, Artie. It's Artie, yeah. Artie
yeah.
Mahudin, yeah. In a nice little 3-way battle pack there as well with, if I'm not mistaken, a Bentley. Mohammed Zikri in the Bentley. Indeed it is.
Is that one of 2 Bentleys in all of the splits? Or is there more that I'm not
There
aware
are
of?
not many. There are absolutely not many. It's okay. No. Oh, that's not okay.
Oh
Oops.
dear.
Oh, and oh no.
Stop, he's already dead.
Stop. There's a yellow flag. Good grief. Oh, goodness me. Stefan Bechtold, you're a braver man than I to RD this split. Certainly taken over the mantle from Split Blood.
Well, at least it keeps them busy, they're not getting bored.
Hey, Split Blood got some amazing props last week. I think they had 3 penalties total, which is an amazing effort. So, yeah, they've... I don't want to jinx it for tomorrow night because I know I'll pay for it, but been good. Do we see another yellow flag? Or is that somebody who's teleported to pits? I'm not quite sure. 9:26 perhaps? Start, finish straight. For Hard before with a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin on lap 1.
I think we'll probably start to see a few of those come through.
Yeah, it's probably from that little messy situation in the lead up to turn 2 or maybe up to turn 3 that we saw on the replay before. It's definitely a 900 car that's showing as a yellow flag. It's just one of those Kunos features, I'm guessing. Could be a disconnect perhaps, and it's reverted to pits.
This top 4 is just glued together still.
And I mean, we talk about, you know, some of the say negative things about purple, but this is one of the great things is it is so competitive at the pointy end. So we've got 6 cars still in this battle. Smith dropped a little bit to Brown, but you know, 1.5 seconds is not a whole lot to pick up. It's probably more about consistency than anything else.
Yeah, it just ebbs and flows a little bit, doesn't it?
Indeed it does. I think we can probably settle in and expect this to go for a fair while, this battle tonight.
Grab the popcorn.
Oh, indeed, it will be entertainment. It will be entertainment value, that is for sure.
So Brad is currently 121 points behind Stefano. What is the point difference between second and first? It's 30 points, am I right?
I believe so. Yeah, I think it's 150 for the win, 120 for second, if I remember rightly, and a few points thrown in for quali and fastest lap. So, well, fastest lap at the moment sitting with John Sonicus. So that's it's not going to help that battle in either way. But yeah, certainly quali. So Stefano will get the points for quali. We'll get more points than Brad at least. The top three are still the top three from quali.
We're just keeping it within that 100 points will make a massive difference coming up to the last round in Nürburgring. All it'll take is falling out of the top 8, and then you're back in it.
Oh, exactly, and you never want to wish it on anybody, but it is an internet-based game, and there are disconnects, and unfortunately they do happen, and you wouldn't ever want to wish it on anybody, but they can happen. So keeping that margin to something that is gettable is really, really important. Don't ever give up on it.
Absolutely.
A little wobble there, a little bit of a curve. That's a nice bit of drift there from the Porsche. Give Stefano a look. And here he goes, but that Porsche is just going on too quick out of the corners. Raschuti alongside. That's what I was saying before. He won't do anything silly, but yeah, just understands he's not going to get it done too wide there and drops back in. So
definitely the smart choice. But a couple little mistakes here and there, it's just really keeping the races around.
Absolutely, that's all it's going to take. And yeah, with the top three particularly, as close as they are, I mean, even Taufik in fourth, a little slide, a little wobble, and you could lose 2 or 3 spots really, really quickly.
I mean, you can see that's already brought all the way down to P6 back into this battle. So
yep, Smith's picked up 0.7 or 0.8 of a second in the last lap and a bit. So yep, battle pack is on again. Yeah, Pete, you're 100% right. It's a very risky spot for a side-by-side. There's only one line through there. So, yep, discretion the better part of valor there for Stefano. He lives to fight another day. It's where the Lambo gets it on the Porsche. It's just he's not quite close enough, I don't think. Actually, Stefano's going to have to defend from John. Pete Viney, 10-second penalty for causing a collision. Oh, sadness. Yeah, causing a collision on lap 2 from Viney. There's going to be some stewards looking at that one as well. I'll leave it to them again.
yeah, absolutely. They got all the angles after all, and all we have is 1 or 2 replays.
Yeah, indeed. It's for those people in chat that are unaware, we've had a few new people through today. We do have live stewarding, and they do get the opportunity to check multiple angles, every angle that you actually have in the normal driving part of the game. I look at steering inputs and throttle inputs and everything when assessing situations. So, you might think, oh, that might take 10 minutes to come back, but they will have a very, very good look at it, and do absolutely everything they can to make sure that if there's a penalty, that's assessed on the right person. And they also have the opportunity to protest to the driver if they feel aggrieved, if they think the wrong decision was made. So, yeah, it's a really good process, and I think it's certainly a strength of OOR as we can do that, as we see a little bit of wobble, to have that live stewarding and not have to post-race a lot, which that's not a great look either.
Yeah, too much wiggle from the Ferrari there.
I think a few drivers might need to cool their jets a fraction at the moment, getting a little bit overexcited at a 10% opportunity they're trying to turn into a 90% opportunity to overtake, and it's just not there.
It can often happen when you try to make something from nothing.
Sure can. Split purple doing split purple things. Yeah, Peach. It has been a thing a little bit. So, there's been also some amazing driving going on in the split. So we'll just we'll stick with it. We'll keep watching this battle for the lead. It's been very impressive so far, and the little tangle didn't seem to have hurt Stefano and John too much in terms of position on track. They're both within about a second of each other, and they're just on the back of this battle pack now. They'll pick it up again pretty quickly.
Bentley looks to make a couple positions here if he just keeps it clean with a few of the penalties coming through.
So yeah, as we look at Kugley still around that P10 mark. Viney's obviously in 11th, but he'll drop a couple of spots with the pen. Yeah, still plenty of time, still 40 odd minutes, and it's a lot of tyre life to maintain, and it's a lot of sliding and sand that you could fall into. So it's certainly a lot of work to be done yet. And as you mentioned before, it's a sweaty job around here. That's an interesting line we see there from Udin.
Just followed the Bentley a little bit too much and over-committed to the corner, I think.
I think so. The Guardi's actually doing some sand angels off to the side there, so that was interesting. Very easy to do, just get on the throttle too much in the sand and end up looping it a couple of times. So we head back up and have a look at the pointy end of the field with Moyen having a really good look at Brad.
Absolutely, as 2-4 out of the way, he moves right up to be the next person in line and see if he can make anything of this Porsche down that straight.
Must be a track for the red and white livery cars tonight. Just looking at the first three, it seemed to be doing quite well. If anybody's looking for an omen, it's the red and white, 3 red and white cars, the first 3. It's I don't know, just amusing my own mind picking out stuff like that. But we go on board with Jakey Brown.
Probably in just the prime position here. Just sit back and watch these two. Hope they have a bit of a battle and maybe bring a mistake out of each other and then just feast on the results.
Yeah, I think so. It's a pretty good strat. I mean, 0.4, 0.5 is very manageable, but it's also enough room to be able to react to something if it happens in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 0.1, 0.2, yeah, great. I'm right up in the car behind me, but if something goes wrong, I'm dead. So, yeah, we have a little wobble there from the just Porsche doing Porsche things.
Absolutely, and as the tyres wear a bit, when you're trying to stay really close to another car, it's hard to maintain that tiny gap when everyone's changing their lines from lap to lap as the tyres go down. So I think you've got to leave that space, otherwise you're just going to be around.
Pressure loss used to be a thing here with hitting the curves. Was it a thing for you tonight, or not so much?
No, not at all. Unless I was just lucky.
That's an unfortunate tap. It's a replay of the Sonicus and Raschuti incident at turn 1 a lap and a half or so ago, 2 laps ago.
Certainly not ideal.
No, as I was saying, the stewards will look at it, they'll look at brake inputs, they'll look at turning, can compare it to laps before, see if the braking points are the same. So it's never 100% as it would appear on seeing it live. It's why they do take their time, or we take our time, to give those penalties, because if we notice, and I'm not saying it was then by any means, but if we notice somebody braked 50 metres earlier than they have previous 3 or 4 laps, then it might contribute to some of the incidents. So we can probably we'll expect a ruling in from that probably in the next 5 or so minutes, but that's why they're not instant. We never look at them just straight off the live footage.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there's anything sort of line ball, there's more than one steward I'm looking at as well.
Absolutely. So we're back on board with Moyen, and he's having a little look. I think they've last couple of laps through there, we've seen them on that alternate line where Cook just hangs out a little bit wider in the Porsche, and Moyen's quite tight in the Ferrari. So
the Ferrari does. Ferrari does love the tight line there, and the Porsche with the drive can get away with going a bit wider.
Yeah, but it's certainly not enough room for ascend by any means, but it's just, you can see, this corner has 27 different lines through it. So Just a little bit of front end wobble again from the Porsche, but nothing major.
It's the most patient corner on the track for me. It's just got to wait and wait and wait, and then you can get on it.
Yeah, it's a really difficult corner to get right consistently.
Just needs to stick really close through here because Fro's very good through this last turn.
Yeah, so just a little wobble there is just going to cause about maybe half a tenth loss, and that's going to be enough for the momentum. He's there, and he might get up to the. Yeah, it's not going to get it done. Yeah, Porsche's not really bad in a straight line. I mean, it's not the best, but it's certainly good enough to hold off a 0.3 of a second lead up the straight here.
Yeah, it just goes about its straights differently. It's very quick at the start of the straight, and then just falls off a bit towards the end of it.
Yeah, as we said, that alternate line there through turn 3 again, the Porsche out wide and the Fez nice and tight. Just Cook's got to be a little careful he doesn't drift too wide there and open the door too much for Mayan. See, he will look to pounce.
Very tough overtaking opportunity, but all it takes is a mistake from Cook to not get the exit he needs, and then Moran can get right up alongside before the right-hander.
Yeah, if he's just a little deep in there and gets on the power a little early, the back could flick around, and that's all it's going to take. It's a little bit of hesitation on the rear end of the Porsche, and the Fez will be up the inside pretty quick. So we do see P4 and 5 starting to catch the back of this pack again. It's always fun when drivers are battling. It brings others behind that pack up a bit closer. So Smith, Raschuti, and Sonicus are all catching.
Yeah, it's like at the enduros, it's often worth working with the car ahead of you to not try to overtake them and just build that gap up before you can get into the battle, to say you don't lose too much when you finally do start fighting.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly part of the art form of the endurance race. It's not not simply as we see Wirawan getting a 10-second penalty for a collision on lap 8. Is that 8? It is 8.
8, yep.
I don't think we saw that one, and Sonicus a 15 for that incident on turn 1. So I think obviously about 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes to get that judgment done. So obviously very well considered, and yeah, so well done to the steward team to get that decision through, and everybody knows where they are, where they stand now. So it's going to make the job a bit tougher for John, but the 56% are still looking alive, nearly half race distance. John's still there. The poll wasn't where will he finish, it's will he finish. So,
that's right, yeah.
Your non-existent money on the bet, gamble responsibly. Well, it's still safe at the moment.
Plenty of time too for him to pull away from that P6, P7 little gap battle. So he may well still end up finishing pretty well.
He might indeed. Oh, so here's a bit of a question for chat. If you could put the best first sector in the game with the best second sector in the game with the best third sector in the game, what would your track look like? For example, would you have the first sector at Zandvoort, the second sector at Brands, and the third sector at Kyalami, just for example? What would it look like for you guys? If you could build your ideal track, stapling together three sectors from the game. What do you reckon, Chris?
That's a very interesting question. I would have the first sector from Suzuka, to the second sector of Spa, and then the third sector of Monza, I think.
Right, interesting.
All high-speed stuff, that's what we're about.
All high-speed stuff. Yeah, first sector at Suzuka is pretty nice. Yeah, I'd probably go the first sector at Silverstone,
Yeah, another fast one. Yep.
just because I like that second sector of. I mean, it's ridiculous, but the second sector of Bathurst, so across the top, and then throw that in with the third sector at Kyalami, because I've got to have something from Kyalami in there.
Yeah.
So
Get the cheetah quarter in there. Is that that's in the third sector? Is it?
the mine shaft is in there, yeah.
Minecraft. Yep.
So shout out to Alex I'm. Every time mine shaft gets brought up, that yeah, cheetah in sector 3, exactly right. Oh, 1 through 3 for Laguna for Mads. Page very close. He's gone Silverstone, Hungary, Kyalami. Yeah, look, if I was to be completely serious about it, you wouldn't really put the mountain across, but yeah, it'd be hard pressed to me to argue with Silverstone into Hungary into Kyalami. It's a pretty stellar 3, I think.
Can't wait for AC2 and the modding community to put these together. That sounds like a winner to me.
Oh, absolutely. What would be the worst 3 then? Changing the subject. What would be the worst 3?
Sector 3 Barcelona for sure.
Oh well, yeah, with that stupid
Chicane.
chicane in it. Yeah. Sector 2 here. Sector 2 at Zandvoort's a disgrace. I can't stand it. Sector 1. What's the worst Sector 1 in the game? I mean, yeah, if you're a Monza hater, you're going to hate turn 1 there. I don't know.
You got Alton Park with a blind first corner.
Oh, anything Alton Park needs to
And
go
the bumps,
in.
yep. Donington Sector 1's a winner. What are you talking about?
Donington Sector 1's amazing. I love Donington
Sector
3.
1. Sector 3, gotcha.
Yeah, Sector 3 at Donny's not great.
Can we have multiple Sector 3s just stitched together?
Sector 1. No, Sector 1 at Laguna's not great.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, that's for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Sector 1 at Zolder. No, the chicanes aren't Sector 1, they're Sector 2, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Barbecue bun brand Sector 1, 2, and 3. That might get you a ban from Malik. Malik loves his brands.
British Track Enjoyer over here, yep.
Absolutely right.
No, don't mention Coda because I don't think about it, ever.
No. Oh, Coda Sector 1, yeah. That can get in the bin. Coda Sector 1 into Zandvoort Sector 2 into, what did I say for Sector 3?
Barcelona?
Oh, Barca. Yeah, Barca. Absolutely. Coda is amazing if it wasn't for the track limits. Yes, agreed.
No, you're right, Peach, because it'd be similar to like a Silverstone or a Suzuka with those high-speed turns.
Yeah, just the increasing radius S's. Yeah, it's a nice track, but it's a good track to race on. It's horrific to qualify on. They just need to relax the track cuts.
Yeah, I really enjoy driving a Formula car around there, something with a lot of downforce where you can take a lot of speed through. But with these big bulky cars, I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, absolutely. As we turn our attention back to the race, and we've now passed the half-hour mark, we're on the second half of the race. Here's the up late session of OLR. We always
The
go
late
off
night
on
show
tangents.
with Taylor and Chris, yep.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we have a look at Alfan Dunny, they're trying to hold off the 888. That is a 888 car. He's up behind Pete Viney there. If they adjust track limits to match Valencia limits, it will be goat tier. Yep. I'm with that. Just a little bit side by side.
Yeah, you love to see it.
Viney just runs a touch wide. I'm not sure that the Merc is brilliant here.
It certainly looked a handful watching Benny make a bit of a mistake early on.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about the new Mac. I've never driven it. The old Mac I drove extensively, and it didn't mind it around here. So if it's similar, as Moyen is still hanging in there on the back of Brad Cook, who's doing a fantastic job of just keeping the head down and keeping the eyes forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Just putting the car exactly where he needs to. Just parking on the apex when he's a bit slow and just getting those good exits, so there's nothing the Ferrari can do.
Exactly right. The opportunity will come. Brad's very, they use the word metronomic. Just turns out the same lap after lap after lap. But mine's got a bit of a better run on him here, but still, it's probably not advisable. Looking for the switchback, perhaps.
Very hard corner to get the switchback on. You don't have enough room at the next turn.
Yeah, and there's not enough drive. Yeah. He's obviously exploring all options, trying to set some moves up for later on, which is part of the skill. Interesting to see how it unfolds. He's still got 26 minutes. Doesn't have to do anything silly now.
Brad's running a little bit wide there, but he's going to give him just a bit of a sniff of something.
He's really tucked in behind here now. It's not a great place to try and attempt anything here either into the turn 7. I'm not even going to try and pronounce these corner names.
Yeah.
I'm all right with Ari Lyndike Bocht as the last turn. I'm okay with that. The rest of it, yeah.
Brad certainly owning a new nickname as the Iceman here. He's just absolutely killing it.
Yeah, Rusty getting spicy, and buckle up because there's another 26 minutes or so of this to go. B just saying the new Macca is the fastest car around here in the right hands. Yep, I have 2 left hands, so I'm out of luck there.
So he's just fallen back a little bit, and maybe just letting the tyres cool off for a lap or two and then having another attack.
Yep, and we're very much a 5-car battle again. Colin Warwick's dropped off a little bit. We can see him back there in the halfway along the straight now, so it's going to be a battle to catch up from there. But doing well in P6, but here's the battle. So, John's going to find it difficult with the 15 seconds sitting on him, but certainly the race win could come from any of these 4 here.
Just who has the better nerves of steel, I think. Just starting to close up a little bit more here, so maybe he's ready for another attack on this lap.
Yeah, I think he's realised his best chance is to be up nice and tight after the shithouse chicane. And just try and make that ground through turn 13-14, where the Ferrari's probably got its greatest strength in comparison to the Porsche, and then just try and outrun down the straight. But having said that, we may have just dropped a little curse and he's dropped back a little bit.
Sorry, guys.
We're on board with Stefano. Lining up Ray Smith, but again, probably too far back.
I know the Lambo had some straight line deficiencies to start with. Is that still the case after all the bop tweaks we've had?
Whoa!
That wiggle?
That's certainly wiggle. I'm not sure. I've not driven it particularly much, and not at all since 1.9. Those people that do, the Lambo addicts that drive it no matter what, it kind of tapped out about halfway through 6th gear, and basically had no drive after that. Around that 250 mark, it kind of just said, nah, I'm done. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. I would imagine it's not. And they were certainly competitive enough at Bathurst, so you can't be competitive at Bathurst if you're not pulling 270 down Conrod.
Yeah, no, they were mighty across the top of the mountain, I'll tell you that.
Indeed. So we see a little bit more wiggly from Stefano. He's a couple of little issues here. Might be a little bit of aero wash coming off the back of the Fez in front.
Yeah,
It
which I think it's where the Fez is quickest. It's is where you get a lot of the aero wash. So I know following the Porsche, it was very difficult to make inroads where I was faster and he was a bit quicker in the parts where there was no aero wash.
Yeah, as we see those front two have just skipped away a little bit with a few of the minor issues that Smith and Raschuti have had in the last lap or so. So they've kind of skipped about a second and a half away. So obviously the focus now will be just try and get back up there.
Yeah, we're in that point of the race now where you're going to start feeling those tyres, how well you've looked after them the first 40 minutes. And I think that might see a bit more of a gap through this battle pack form now.
Yeah, it's just another layer to the onion of the race, isn't it, really? And just see how much of a good job you've done, or otherwise, as the case may be. Yeah, this is where the pain will start felt absolutely with the tyres. On board again with Stefano, and just checking the lines out through the start of the second sector here.
Yeah, you can see him push just a little bit wide when he's trying to follow through that long
Yeah, and a little correction there as well, a little slide, so nice and tight there though, it's good. Yeah, good exit, but Ferrari got a good exit as well, so nothing gained, nothing lost. Surprising amount of time you can dump at this chicane as well.
Yeah, well, you might take what feels like the same line, but you rub that inside curve a little bit too much and lose a lot of the traction on the inside wheel.
Yeah, it was very effective blue flagging going on there. Well done to whoever that was. They went past so quick I couldn't tell who it was, but well done. Managed to keep out the way of the battle. Yeah, blue flags copper bashing sometimes, but you know, when they do it well, it's always good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I know from my experience this season, it's been better than it ever has.
Oh, there's a little opening. Mine's going to be really, really encouraged by the fact that he's just seeing a few little slides from Brad at the moment, so he's right up there again.
Brad's starting to take a narrower line on the exit. Maybe looking to just straight line it a bit with his tyres as they're wearing out.
As we're past that 2/3 race distance now, so all the hard work to set up the race is starting to come home to roost. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how much tyre people have got left, and if there are any significant changes that are going to be made. They'll probably start to be made in about the next 10 minutes or so, before we get to that, you know, I won't say desperation, but that last 10 minutes of, you know, really trying to push hard as we're on board with John Sonicus.
Just sitting back and doing what he needs to do to try and build that gap over P6. It has sort of stabilised a bit at about 6-7 seconds as the cars ahead have been battling. So
yeah, the 15 seconds probably going to take him back to about P10 at this stage. I'm guessing. I think Danny's probably a little bit too far behind to get past. Yeah, he's 13 seconds behind Ellis. So, Kugley dropped to 11, must have had an issue. Danny's gone past Kugley.
probably a delayed curse as we were talking about from how many positions made up from the start, I think.
Absolutely. And yeah, we love the frequent updating of the Kunos standings table as well. So
Yeah, I mean they have the microsectors. I don't know why they don't use them. But
yeah, it's a thing. It's a feature. Moyen is still stalking on the back of Brad.
just quicker in all the wrong spots, it looks like.
Yeah, be cursing the look of that, the rear of that Porsche if he can't get it done.
Yeah.
He's be sitting there for an entire hour just thinking I'm probably 0.2 or 0.3 a lap quicker, but I just can't do it.
Yep. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Rusty. He's been under pressure the whole race, but it's just soaked it up like a sponge.
So the gaps for the top 5 are all less than 3/4 of a second between each other. It's a really tight battle. We said it was gonna be, and we thought anyone in the top 6 was a chance. So yeah, it's certainly anyone in the top 4 is. Boy, and there's another quick look. It drifts a little wide. So get a little careful looking at that switchback again, but it's not on.
Yeah, he's got the pace, but he's got nowhere to show it.
I mean, if you put the Mistral here instead of the straight as it is, I think you'd be laughing.
Yeah.
Great question, Rusty. Would you rather be Cook or Tawfiq at this stage of the race? I'd rather be Tawfiq, to be honest. I know being in front is where you want to be, but yeah, I don't know. Cook's done an amazing job, but it is only going to take one mistake. Yeah, having said that, if it takes one mistake for Tawfiq to drop back too far to be able to catch him, I know, but I don't know. What do you reckon, Chris? Who would you rather be here?
Personally, I'd rather be Cook, but I think it's got a lot to do with your mindset as well. Like, Cook doesn't seem to mind having someone right up his butt, but Tawfiq might be the kind of driver that will make a mistake when he's trying to be close to someone. So I think everybody's a bit different, but Cook's shown that he has no problem so far, so I think he's probably in the best position of all.
Yeah, Tawfiq just ran a little deep into the entry to the chicane, and Smith got right up to the back of him again. I mean, that's obviously a negative for being for taking Tawfiq's position in this, as well as you get the threat from behind, as well as trying to threaten in front. But
yeah,
yeah,
KFC stacker burger we've got going here with the amount of people all fighting for this.
exactly right.
Is that for position back there, or we got a boy flag? No, it is for position.
Yeah, no, that's Rashidi and Smith, who have been at it for as long as these two have in front. Yeah, as you were saying before, Chris, if those two commit to a battle for third, it's going to cost them any chance of getting second or first. It's just going to slow them down relative to the two in front. So
absolutely, I think you cook the tires a little bit too, sliding around fighting. So it's just you got to decide whether you want to wait for someone ahead to make a mistake or go for the position now and hope that you can get it done.
Yeah, so if you're Rashidi and Smith, you kind of put the queue in the rack for another 3 or 4 laps and then have a burst at it for the last 5 laps, or do you
that's what I would do. Yeah, absolutely. Close up the gap, keep the temperatures under control, and then just for the last 5 minutes or so, go ham.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. And of course, it's real easy from up here in the commentary box. A lot harder behind the wheel of the car.
Absolutely, I definitely did not take my own advice last race. Don't worry.
So we have a look at a little dive here from Keys. Is that a dive or is that a let through? That might be a let through. Maybe not.
Was for position, yeah. I think he's just got a little bit more grip there at this stage of the race and has got the move done.
Okay, so that's Stimson, is it behind there? Yeah. It's it is a three-way battle for P15, 16, 17 by the looks of it. So Danny into 10th, Rusty saying, all right, really barracking for the AM class, Rusty. I love it.
Had an absolutely killer race tonight, which one of the more difficult tracks for an hour's race.
Absolutely. I don't think he's going to go, well, he won't get any higher with the Sonicus penalty, but he's going to have to try and pass Warwick to gain a position, which probably easier said than done, as Warwick's been up on the pace all night.
Yeah, big gap to close, and even when you do, it's very difficult to get the pass done.
Ethan Cale, the Smithy cheer squad in chat.
Yeah, apart from a few minor wiggles and stuff here and there, like Cook has just been steadfast in the lead here. It's really been very impressive.
Yeah, that it has. Just that talking about it before, just churn out the consistent laps and, try and minimise the mistakes, and it's going to serve him pretty well. He's defending up the inside here, but, mine's too far back. It's that 0.2, 0.3 of a gap that he's just not, it's a tap on the curb, is just not going to catch up down the straight. It needs to be about here, or turn, on the last corner, about that less than 0.2, around the 0.1 kind of mark. But I just don't think he can get that close after the chicane and the run into that turn 13, 14 complex.
Yeah, the Porsche's just too good in the slow corners and builds enough of a gap so that by the time they get to the straight, the Ferrari's just got nothing to do.
Yeah, it's still been an incredible battle, and there's 12 minutes to go, so we're looking at maybe, what's that, 7 laps potentially, 6 to 7 laps, just to see how they go. So, once it gets down to that single digits in minutes left, they really turn the wick up and start to make some moves. So buckle up, guys. An interesting 12 minutes coming up here.
Yeah, absolutely, Ethan. But at least you can say that most of the people in this pack are all in the same boat. They'd all be absolutely torn apart by this point. Yeah, Rusty, it's certainly not impossible that happens. He then has to build his 15-second gap to the go-ahead to make it happen, but nothing's off the table.
I don't think around the outside is going to get it done. We're angling, just touch that curb again. So it's obviously where he's going to look to go. Mine's obviously figured out that he's got an advantage there, and if he can get alongside, it might open the opportunities up to hold it into turn 3, but he's going to have to be super brave through turn 2 to hold it side by side. He's really starting to poke the nose around and have a good look now, which is kind of what we thought would happen around that 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's obviously decided enough's enough and it's time to go.
Yeah, and the little bit of pressure, and you have a look now, they're all within like 0.3 of each other, these 5, so that little bit of battle has brought them all back up together again.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
So Smith and Rashudi have just cooled their jets for a little bit and put that plan into place that we talked about 5 minutes or so ago of just be there.
Yeah,
cue it,
work together for a little bit and then just go ham when you get up there.
Yeah, and it's ham time. Really, it's ham time now. You got to send it now. Oh, Bilko, that's no good, mate. Nah, don't quit on it. It's just Zandvoort things, bud.
Just showing the nose here, just making sure he knows he's still in the mirrors. You can certainly do it to a less experienced driver, and I'll spend too much time watching you and miss the braking point. But I don't think any of these guys are going to make that kind of mistake.
Nerbs next week, Bilko. You'll be fine. Actually, there's a contender for worst first sector.
Yeah, just 3 awkward corners in a row, isn't it?
Oh yeah, throw Nerbs in for the worst first sector. This is just, I mean, it's been fantastic, but it's just going next level now. This is going to be a great little 8-minute finish. Whoever wins this is going to thoroughly have deserved it, and whoever finishes second is going to rightfully hold themselves pretty unlucky.
Yeah, champagne showers in the bathroom to celebrate, I think.
It's just, this is the spot where Cook just gets enough. Just gets enough into the heading into this chicane. If Taufik was a car length closer, and that's all it's got to be. But there you go. There's that 0.3, 0.4 gap again, and he's just not going to get it. Rashidi trying to do the same things on Smith, but it's just not quite working for either of the chasers at the moment. Yeah, it's not going to get it done. You're way too far back this time, Moyne. Reload for the next time round. You see how much better he is in that under braking there into turn 1 and around the corner. So if he's on level terms, he might be able to poke the nose in front, and then it becomes a completely different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Brad's also been very good at moving to the inside very quickly if he notices anyone near him on the back straight. So it's going to be really tough, but it's certainly not off the cards yet.
I mean, racing like this is what you love to see. You know, love to see it in any format, but certainly in OOR, and it's, you know, it makes staying up late on a Wednesday night 100% worth it when you see battles like this for the entire race.
The amount of concentration it must take to be like this for an hour at this track is just insane. He's a lot closer here. He might be on for the main straight.
Yep, he's probably 2 car lengths closer than the same spot last lap, so he's setting himself up. Just at what point does the aero wash affect him? No, he's much closer this time, and a little bump across the end of the rumbles as well, so could be on here. Could definitely be on for P1.
As you watch from the perspective of John, he's got a wonderful view of the whole battle pack.
Yeah, and the kind of no pressure view of it doesn't actually matter to him, because he's not going to get P4 anyway if he does get it on track, as he's right alongside now. But again, well done by Cook.
Yeah, just putting the car where he needs to. You saw the attempted switchback again, but it's just there's not enough drive coming out of that first turn to make it pay off for you.
And have a look at these 5. That's so close now. Absolutely love it. Are we going to see a dive, Chris? Are we going to see someone send it?
I hope not, but I'd say it's pretty likely.
Oh, where we go? Nope. Oh, Stefano for P3. Gets traction down, and
Can you hold it around the outside here, though?
It's a big ask to hold it around the outside. Opens the door for John, and a tap from John, unfortunately. We'll refocus our attention up here, up to the P1, 2, and 3.
Just not quite close enough this lap. Brad just doing enough in the slower turns. Although he does move up very close under here. If he gets a good exit, he might be on again.
Yeah, he's nice and close. Oh, a little drifty there. It's hurt a little bit. Certainly close. There you go, Ferrari stretching its legs. Yeah, he's committed to this switchback, but yeah, tapped the curb again on the inside. It's just not quite working for him. Probably 2 more chances. Maybe 3. Actually, probably will be 3 more chances. So, whoa, that's an interesting line from Smith. What happened there? So it crossed up on the exit of turn 2. Maybe clip the curb, or
It's very easy to spin the wheels in the Ferrari there. If you keep third and just punch it a little bit too much, it'll just spin up the rears and then you're going to visit the wall.
Okay, so 5's become 2. And to be fair, it probably has been 2 all race, but you know, they get the limelight for the last 2.5 laps, so you wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. And Moyne has a little moment there, so Cook just stretches his lead a fraction.
Yeah, he just ran a little bit deep into that slow corner, but there's still time for him to close it back up again.
Strelnikov coming from nowhere up to P4. Last I looked, he was about P9. It wasn't that long ago.
P3, isn't it?
He's P3 now. That's nuts.
It's what we were talking about before. JLS is just that keeping it clean and looking after the tyres and just getting all the rewards now.
That's an amazing run. Yeah, look, I swear 4 or 5 laps ago he was P9. And it's just been amazing. Yeah, there'll certainly be Certainly be another lap after this. Sonicus, 10-second penalty for that collision we just saw. It looked fairly straightforward decision for the stewards to make there, I would have thought. Unfortunate for John. And I think unless I'm mistaken, I think we've had the answer to the quiz. John, no, will not finish the race. I think he may have alt F4'd. Can't see him on the leaderboard anywhere, unfortunately. As we head back to look at Cook and Torfiq with a lap and a half to go. Still anybody's race between the two of them, and it's been that way since the moment they took the green flag to start.
Yeah, Cook made the move in a T1 to take the lead and just hasn't looked back, but still plenty of time left for something crazy to happen at the front here.
Yeah, deep, not too bad, managed to get it stopped. Yeah, Cook just gets that really nice little bit of drive out of there. Torfiq is close, but 0.4 is still too far. That's not 0.4 though.
Yeah, he closed up quite a bit coming into the last actual turn.
Yeah.
Moved back very quick to the inside there.
Yeah, which he's fully entitled to do. He's holding that line as he has the whole time, so legit a little wide, but still no room there.
Yeah, he just parks on the apex and then there's nothing they can do.
That's, all things being equal, and I don't want to curse anybody, that's probably the last chance, as long as he doesn't go too wide here, which he certainly has not done. Yeah, but park the bus is certainly the theme of the day for Brad. If he hadn't already been doing that, he's certainly going to be doing it this lap.
Absolutely, he'd be earning his HR ticket here for driving buses already.
If he wasn't doing, if he was doing 134s, 135s, he'd be doing a 138 this lap. Just park the thing right in the middle. A little slidey, but then so was my end. But our old tyres, that's going to happen. It's been immense from these two anyway, but yeah, it's full credit to both.
Yeah, unbelievable drive by both of them.
Yeah, Pete
being a pro-am as well.
100% right, Pete. Lots of credit to Torfiq for keeping it clean. Super amount of pressure done in an extremely respectful way. Hopefully he doesn't bottle it on the last corner and send it, but yeah, it's been a joy to watch this battle. Keeping it clean. Torfiq, yeah, he would have loved the win, but all credit goes to Cook for an immense battle. Brilliant effort from Torfiq in P2. Strelnikov's going to come across in P3 out of nowhere. Brown and Rashudi are close for P4 and 5. We'll hopefully get to have a look at that in a second. Yeah, Brown's going to hold off, so well done there to Jakey. Stefano, probably unluckiest car in the race today, but these things happen, unfortunately. Smith threw in 6th, Ellis, Danny, and Warwick. Danny P8, my goodness, what a great race.
Stellar drive from Danny.
Yeah, I think that red plate will be coming off next week.
Yep.
So yeah, fantastic effort. And Kugli will come through in 10th, up from I think it was P17 at the start. Viney will drop a little potentially. Stimson could be the big winner here.
Yeah,
might gain 4 spots, I think.
Yep.
Oh, there's a way to end things.
That is the line.
that's the esports line, I'm told.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we Marshall's coming through to finish. So we got Muhyiddin, Wirawan, and Tonkin to finish things off for us tonight in split purple in what has been an absolute classic. One to put in the books, this one. A fantastic race and full credit to everybody involved. So, Chris, would you like to take us through the results for the evening?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic race. We have overall we've got Cook, Torfiq, and Stolenikov as your overall podium. When it comes to your pro-ams, you got Torfiq, Brown and Smith. Fantastic race from Tawfiq. In the AM class, we've got Danny, who's probably my driver of the day, up top there. Then Marshall and Parkin. Silver class, we've got Saikuri, Mahudin, and Wirwan.
Mal, could you go back to Pro-Am there? Because I think I saw that a Pro-Am driver who finished about P12 got the fastest lap. Would that be correct? Yeah, Paulie with fastest lap of the day. Congratulations.
Perhaps not being in that battle pack at the start helped for that, I think.
Yeah, well done, Brendan. It's a great effort. All right, so guys, that will wrap it up for Zandvoort for Split Purple. It's the first 3 AP splits for the week. Don't forget to join us tomorrow night, 7:30 for Split Blue and then Split Red. I will be in the RD's chair for Split Red, so look forward to your company then. Chris, thanks for tonight. Great effort, mate. And to Mull and the team who put it together behind the scenes, fantastic job. We will catch you all next week for Split Purple, but tomorrow for Blue and Red.
Thanks for the beautiful race, guys, and everyone have a great night.